So we're back in our meeting. Thank you. So I'll begin. We are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki, and welcome. Thank you. So we have in front of us the consent agenda. So just looking for if there's anything that needs to be pulled from consent.
Sorry, can I pull facility?
Yep. And is it for an action or should we just add it under board chairs?
Not an action, just to share information.
Okay. So 13.4, Christine? 3, I can't add. Okay. We're good. Okay. So we will need a motion from somebody to say, Jenny, or did you want to make that? I'll let you know what the motion, how we need to word it. Okay, so trustee Jenny Steed requested that item 3.5 facilities committee be removed from the consent agenda for discussion in the regular meeting agenda. And then if there are no objections, then we'll have that moved as the consent agenda as amended. So, so you're good with that motion, Jenny? Okay. So is there any discussion? Those in favor? And that's carried. So we will carry on for approval of the agenda. Craig.
I would just, excuse me, I would just like to add public school board because I have 2 questions that are answered yes or no, and I need that from the board today, unfortunately. And so I would like to add it as 10.5, just Public School Boards Association. And there's not a lot of debate on it, but it's just, I have 2 questions that I have to ask. And then I would move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay. Any other items? So we have the motion from Craig to adopt the agenda, approve the agenda as amended. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Now we need to move on to the minutes. We have 2 sets. So the first one is from our regular meeting of February 27th. Those minutes are in your package. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can get a motion to approve the minutes of February 27th. Andrea, those in favor? And that's carried. And then we have the special meeting of March 19th. And can I get a motion to approve those? Christine Light. And any errors or omissions? Those in favor? And that's carried as well. So we'll get right into our associate superintendent reports and start with business and operations.
Okay, so it's March. March is a busy month, and it's always exciting. So first of all, we were really excited at the end of February when the province of Alberta announced that the modernization of Galbraith Elementary School, which was the #1 priority in our capital plan, has now moved to stage 3 of a 4-stage funding process. So now we're in what we call the design funding stage. We're still finishing up from the planning stage, so we'll kind of end up blending together as we go through and work with Alberta Education, Alberta Infrastructure, as we move forward on planning and designing for that modernization. And then if all goes well, we'll be hopefully be approved next budget for full construction of that project. And we're also excited to hear that we actually received 2 new modular classrooms for Cobanks Elementary School. We asked for 6 modular classrooms in the 2024-25 modular classroom requests, 4 for Cobanks, and we requested 2 for Chinook High School for growth, and we got 2. So we were very happy. I think the reason we got 2 is that they doubled their modular classroom program this year. Otherwise, I don't believe we would have gotten it because Calgary and Edmonton have way more growth than we do. So we're very fortunate to get that. Just a reminder that we will be putting out an invitation to our schools and the public probably this week about the school boundary alignment committee open house that will be on April 30th from 4:30 to 8 p.m. at GS Lakey Middle School, and that will be to show some variety of options that are under consideration for addressing our growth and capacity concerns in West Lethbridge Elementaries, as well as for developing boundaries for the new Gary Station Elementary. So we want our public's feedback, and so we can make some good decisions done. And as you can see, we're growing and growing and growing. Gary Station Elementary School, the classroom wing is now under construction, and every time I get the aerial photos, something has changed. So it's quite fascinating to see it grow. Of course, it's budget season. We still have not received our funding profiles yet from Alberta Education, and so until we receive those, we really can't get rolling too far down the road on budget. Though the Board of Trustees, I know, have met. They met with their strategic planning, so that provides us with a bit of direction as we move forward. Once we can start allocating our funds to that we've received. And let's see. Oh, newest funding we received. We're excited to receive $150,000 that will assist with the costs associated with the ongoing transition to digital assessments. And so we'll be looking at how we're going to allocate and spend those funds in order to make sure that we are able to properly manage digital assessments on a go forward. Let's see, Occupational Health and Safety Division Safety Committee met, and one of the things we were doing with them is trying to engage them a little more. So we did a spot the hazards activity. We did some posters to remind staff on some safety tips, such as working alone, and also in the spirit of Walk Like a Penguin, we have the spring edition, which is called April Showers May Bring Mayflowers, but those wet floors can get you. And again, reminding everyone when it's wet, you can slip and fall even inside. So, technology, of course, you will hear from Jesse when he comes in. He'll talk about AI in education, we've been providing information through the Logix Academy about exploring AI in education. Technology team attended Hack Alberta. This was a really premier event to learn about the latest developments in cyber threats, as well as ways we can beef up our security. And I know our team came back and instantly went to work on a whole bunch of measures. So it was very, very good for them to go to that event. Technology department is going to be reviewing and revising our disaster recovery plan. Again, that was born out of attending that particular security event. And Alberta Esports Championship, we're getting closer. May 3rd and 4th. So we encourage students, high school and middle school students, to sign up for that event. And there's lots of great information if you go to the website. And let's see.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
The bottom line, should be server or?
Servers, yes.
Okay.
That was an error. Yeah.
Sorry, confused.
And then good stuff. I didn't have much to say about transportation, so we didn't put a section in transportation, other than we are working on the registration form, which we believe will be ready to go right after Easter. But I put good stuff because there's lots of good stuff going on, and I'm not going to talk too much about Spirit of 51 because I know that'll be talked about. But I do want to talk about our caretaking team at Chinook High School. We were able to recognize them kind of in a little special ceremony because they moved heaven and earth to clean up that school after a sprinkler pipe burst. And along with Chris Chapman and the caretaking team there, I think they mitigated a lot of the damage that we would have had. It could have been a lot worse, and they made it so that our classrooms were impacted for as long as they could have been. So really wanted to commend them for that. And then the ICE showcase. What a marvelous event that was. And I just want to point out the little guy in the corner. He was our most engaged learner at the event. He was fascinated with robots and fascinated with the with anything the kids were doing. He learned, and the students were so good with him. So he was one of my highlights from the ICE, and that's about it.
So
Do you have any questions?
questions for Christine? Andrea?
First of all, thank you for all of your amazing support to you and your team for the ICE scholarships. That was such an exciting night. And thank you for honoring the Chinook staff and Chris for that cleanup. That was really great that you did that because that was a big event. And my question is the new 150,000 towards digital assessments, was that a grant or did it go to all schools in Alberta?
We had to, it was an interesting process. We had a form that a grant form we had to complete. The grant form basically said, are you interested in the money and will you abide by the conditions if you get it? And then we heard how much we were getting. So yeah.
Questions on the same part in regards to the digital assessment funding, and I don't know because you have it in here as a money thing, so I don't know if I should wait until it's Morag's turn to ask more on that side regarding assessment, digital assessment, but just wondering if any of that money or if there's any plans in place for how do we prepare our students for digital assessments when a lot of times to switch from regular testing in other ways or assessment in other ways doesn't necessarily align with the way that they've been learning throughout the year. So I'm just wondering, do you want me to leave it or do you want to answer now? I'm like, it's more of a her question. Yeah. So I'll turn it to Morag then.
Yeah, this has been a really rich conversation this year as we've been looking at exam accounts because we recognized that the old technology we were using wasn't going to work with many different pieces of the criteria that we have to follow, whether that's insurance-based or otherwise security, right? And so we've embarked upon a bit of a committee exploring what kind of options there are out there to support us with digital examinations. There's no easy, fast answer. I think the three criteria that we've identified that we need to ensure that we can do, number one, obviously meet all of the criteria around liabilities, but then start to look at what kind of options do we have that can align with all year. We know that Alberta Ed is coming up with solutions around PATs and diploma exams, right? VRETA is the software. And we are exploring whether we can use that year long. Alberta Ed, I think their appetite is to do it year long, but right now we're just looking at how we can demo it on the PATs coming up. Of course, the goal is always to ensure that there's alignment between practicing writing exams and then actually doing the exams and having the same format, same setting, as much sameness as possible because of that anxiety piece, right? And no one likes to go into an exam and have a surprise. And so as we're going through this committee process and exploring what VRETA can do, the goal is long-term to have kids practice and use it throughout the semester and then also use it for the exams, whatever they are in the finals, whether that's PATs, diplomas, or just final exams.
Thank you. I do think that carrying on those conversations is really important, and hearing when, parents are sending me research about the pieces of doing digital versus a handwritten and what that actually means for students. So I do think it's important when we're putting students first. Is this really about putting students first, or is this ease for the government to be able to track the results of an assessment, right? So is it really going to demonstrate what our students know and understand and is in their best interest? So, okay. So back to Christine's report. Any other questions or comments? Christina.
Thank you always for a very informative report and always fun to read. I had a question about the purchasing that you're going to start looking at the Amazon Business piece. I was just wondering, will there remain options for folks in the division to continue to use like local suppliers and things, just knowing that we are a big purchaser?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always do local, but there's a lot of little things that our schools like to procure through online. And so this is just facilitating with some conditions, and there's approval processes. So at the end of the day, the purchasing coordinator is the final approval. And so if it's something that's violating a big agreement that we have, like we do big agreements for purchasing and whatnot. So we always keep that in mind, especially local. Yeah.
One thing when I went to national school boards last year, down in the States, it's very big to use Amazon Education, and lots of schools like where we're using School Start and those other ones to buy school supplies, they're going through this Amazon Education, the business side of it, right? So I do think that there's some opportunities, but I agree that using local is definitely a priority. Can't go wrong when we're then asking them to sponsor our schools. So yeah, okay. Not seeing any other comments or questions, so thank you, Christine, for your report and for all that all your departments do. And next, we'll move on to instructional services. Morag.
Okay, really not too much to add here. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Just want to keep profiling a few of the departments each submission and sharing the great work that I get to see every day with all the humans that are in instructional services. Mental health capacity building, MHCB, is the one that I wanted to really take with the guidance of Deanna Presley Roberts. She's the manager of the MHCB team and family support. She does tremendous work throughout the division K-12, supporting many of the initiatives through the year. And just wanted you guys to really make sure you take time to give her a little bit of a pat on the back, because she is one that hides in the background. She's not a look at me kind of person, but is integral in the Poverty Intervention Committee work that we do throughout the year. And yeah, especially going out of Christmas time and into the next season, we see her 3 family support workers running everywhere and taking care of kids and families so that they have the basic necessities so that they can learn. As you can see, lots going on in March, as well as in our schools. Report cards come out, so you might see teachers a little bit busier than usual. So just be patient and give them a quick thank you as well.
Craig.
What was the person's name for MHCB?
Deanna Presley Roberts. She's been with the division now for 8 years.
Thank you.
Jenny.
Would you mind sharing a little bit more additional understanding for that? We mentioned in here the grant proposal writing for our wellness and health champ initiatives for our schools. Can you give us a little bit more information around that process and how that works?
Sure, I can kind of just give a review of a couple of the grant pieces that go through the Wellness Committee, right, every year. What we always are very lucky to get $24,000 from our board, and that money goes directly to wellness grants. 5-6 years ago, we divided up that money because we found it wasn't getting utilized in the best way possible. And so we opened it up to schools to write grants to support anything related to wellness, whether that's self-regulation, whether that's recess equipment. So basically supporting social, emotional, physical activity, and anything related to wellness. That grant goes out at the end of April typically, and then the submission's due in June for the upcoming year. So that'll be released shortly. We also have nutrition grants that you've heard lots about, I'm sure. Just recently we received $77,000 from Alberta Ed mid-year to top up the nutrition funding that we get yearly. That money was sent out, we sent out an expression of interest to schools, and about 25,000 of that has been accessed already within the first 3 weeks. Again, we receive about 280,000 a year. And then this 77 took us to 350,000. So that's the amount of food that we are buying for kids in our schools throughout the year. Trying to think if there's another grant piece. Those are just the 2 grants that I can think of right now, Jenny, related to wellness.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Andrea?
And I just wanted to add my thanks to the teachers for the amazing work that they do on report cards, the celebrations of learning. I heard back from many schools how great those were received. It's so nice to have families come and celebrate the successes. So thanks for mentioning that.
I'm just wondering in the kinder care and early intervention section, if you can just let people know in regards to the expression of interest, as it's not necessarily highlighted for the date and just that timeline piece. I've certainly got a lot of questions. And so I think if we can just have you highlight that, that'd be great.
One of the challenges always about making sure these are timely, I typically complete them 2 weeks before, right? So it's tough to always try to keep things current. Yes, so there will be an expression of interest for any parent to I guess, apply for or register their kids for early education. Our early education programs typically are created to support students who have program unit funding or students who are looking for additional programming throughout the school day. It's an AM/PM program, and so you can access mornings or afternoons. The expression of interest is online, so please do. It will be live tomorrow. Sorry, it's not online yet. It just has information regarding the process that's coming up, and it will be closing April 11th. Thank you. You could probably have done that better than me. I wasn't thinking about it. So, and if there are any questions related to early ed programming, Rochelle Neville is a fabulous resource to access. So please don't hesitate to call her.
Thank you for highlighting that Rochelle is who they can call, because that's number one question I get is who can I call for more information? And the second question that I get is, do I have to set my alarm for 8:30 tomorrow morning? You do not need to set your alarm for 8:30 tomorrow morning. It will be a lottery system. So anytime in that 2-week-ish period, you need to fill it out and then it will be into a lottery system. So it does not matter if you're first in line, you will be equally looked at. So. Any other questions for Morag? Andrea?
Are there schools expressing interest in the kinder care program?
We're still very much in the preliminary of this work. There are schools that have indicated interest in the kinder care program, and really we're waiting for budget to be released to determine next steps on how and when and who this program can service and support.
Any other questions for Morag? Seeing none, thank you, Morag, for your report and for all the work that all the people in your department do. Thank you. Next, we'll turn it over to Human Resources and Robbie.
It's a fairly standard report. I'm not going to add anything because I know Mike will want to highlight the spirit of 51, and there's a lot of overlap sometimes on those things, unless you wanted me to go ahead and do that. Okay, because we've done that a few times where we've taken the thunder of the plans to report. So there, we do see overlap in our reports. Spirit of 51 was an incredible success, other than cold sliders, but we'll do better next year, Tyler. We had an amazing turnout. As you see, we had 72 support staff nominated, and 52 of those were able to attend the event at the Sandman Hotel to be honored. And we read an excerpt that from the nominees that had to be broken down into about 2 to 3 sentences, but I'll let everybody know that some of them were multiple pages. That's how valuable these nominations were, and they were all heartfelt, and it was just a very good feeling and a wonderful event. So it was very successful. A shout out to Carrie Fall in our HR office, who was really instrumental in organizing and planning that event. And I will take any questions. if anybody has any.
Open it up for questions and comments. Craig.
Well, I'd just like to thank Human Resources for putting that on with the Spirit of 51, and that it was like a well-oiled machine. And I really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks. Seeing no other questions or comments, we will move on to board priorities report. Mr. Fletcher, just want to confirm if we were to do it early, are there any parents that were going to be coming that? No? Okay. So we will go ahead and go on with our celebration to recognize our provincial winners for curling. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike to read a little blurb and then we'll get our curlers up.
Yeah, and so we're going to have you come up in a minute and recognize you. And Dave will certainly want to turn over if you want to share any words. But we just wanted to say, first of all, on behalf of the Board of Trustees and the division, congratulations to you. It's an absolutely great honor to win a provincial title. It's something that you remember for the rest of your lives. And certainly the work that you do to put in to have the success that you had, it's not only benefits you in terms of winning a championship, which is awesome and really cool and well done, but those skills are going to be skills that'll serve you incredibly well for the rest of your life. So that's something to really remember: the teamwork, the dedication, the grit, the resiliency, all those things that are required on top of the skill level that you have and the improvement that you had and the growth that you experienced over the course of the season. Those things are really going to serve you well in life. So what we're going to do is we're going to ask your coaches to come up, and then you're going to call the students up. We'll give them a certificate, shake hands with the board chair and myself, and then we'll do a quick picture on the steps, and that'll be it. So I'm not sure which coach would like to come up and introduce everyone.
Oh, you guys can't hear me?
They can't.
Oh, I get you. Okay. Oh, excellent. But like, these kids are incredible, right? They, three of them had never curled before this year, which is insane to think about, winning a provincial champion and being brand new to curling. Art is new to curling last year and picked the game up and just has been tremendous, as well as with just putting in that extra time. And then the skip, like, I can't say enough about this guy. Rhett Whitmire is one of the best known curlers in all of Alberta. And Alberta is the center of curling, not just for Canada, but for the world right now. And he was just at Nationals recently with another team that he plays on. And I think we'll probably be seeing that face at the Brier one day. So his mentorship and leadership with his team, not only during the league, which he had two of these curlers, Liv and Cami, on the team during the league. His leadership during provincials was phenomenal. And Corey and I were, the Saturday morning, they were on the verge of elimination, and it looked like they were done, and they just fought to win the first game of the day. Then they got into a tiebreaker situation, fought to win that game, got into the semis, and were up against the first place team on the other side, beat them handily, and then went on to win against a team that had beat them earlier in the week to win provincials. It's pretty tremendous when you see any sport, no matter what the sport might be, players that just find that extra level of grit and just keep battling and don't say die. And that's definitely what they did this year. So it's tremendous. Nice work, you guys. All right, we will begin with a guy who joined halfway through the season, Cale Higginson, alternate, come on up. And the lead, Camille Dijon, come on up. Third, Art. Or sorry, second, Art. Liv Swift, third. Come on up. And the skip, Red Whitmore.
And then we couldn't have done all that without our coaches. So David Fletcher.
Want the upside down? Yeah, there we go. That's good. Got it. Good go. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
He curls with my daughter, so we do U15s together with him. So we've traveled with Mr. Kale lots. It's been great, and he was started halfway through the year. He's done amazing. So. Yes, we're on to the board priorities report.
Way to grind everything to a halt, Mike.
So we'll turn it over to Mike at this point once he gets his notes together.
Okay, I am ready to go. I was telling the players and the coaches about my run as a award-winning curling coach, because when I was at another school, the coach who was responsible, teacher coach who was responsible for the curling team couldn't go to zones. There's a community coach who was very knowledgeable, so I went there as the supervisor. Knew nothing, did nothing other than helped out, and we won the kids won the zone banner. So for the next week, I introduced myself as zone banner curling coach winner. So yeah. And I contributed nothing. Let's make sure that's on the public record. So anyways, we're getting a chuckle about that. I'll hit some priorities. Of course, if there's anything you have questions about, we're happy to answer them, but I'll just hit a couple things. We already kind of discussed VRETA and the Alberta Education Software, and I just wanted to express my appreciation for the work that, many in the tech department and Morag and Aaron and school administrators and teachers have done to sort of figure this out. Be a bit of a journey over the next couple of years, and I think Allison raises good questions about what does that mean for our students, but we're looking forward to going along in the journey, and right now we think things look pretty good for this year, but over the next couple of years there are going to be a number of changes, and so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. In terms of literacy and numeracy, just really quick, it talks about FMP in here, and it talks about piloting a new assessment, numeracy screening assessment. Just a reminder of how important those tools are for us to really get information about how students are doing and how they're progressing. And it's really nice when we have assessments that are classroom-based, that the teacher can access the information right away. It's a little more challenging when the information gets sent away, like on a diploma or PAT, and we don't get it for months. It's hard to get that really valuable feedback. We do have to take a good look at the assessments that we're doing as a division, because the province has changed some of the assessment practices, and we got to be careful about piling too much on. So that's something that we're always mindful of, but just wanted to remind you just how important that is. Also, it's mentioned somewhere in here, but Jenny, last time you asked about the Learning Lab and I gave you sort of a wandering answer. So I got a little more information on it. Of course, as always, Aaron can provide much more detail than I can, but it is pretty new. So there is a classroom app Dr. Plaxton, where they've set up new curriculum resources, and they're all there in the room. And so what's happening is teachers have an opportunity as groups, individuals, they can actually go to the room from any school, not just from Plaxton, and see the new resources, get an opportunity to access them, take a look at them, work with them a little bit, that sort of thing. And I know they're also going to bring our TIP program is going to go to the Learning Lab and spend some time there, and that's for our beginning and new teachers. So yeah, it's just starting to take off. I'm going to definitely try and stop by because I'd like to see it in action. But from what I understand, it's been busy. Sometimes the lead teachers will join the teachers there. They'll go through the resources together. Sometimes it'll just be groups of teachers collaborating, that sort of thing. So yeah.
Appreciate the follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then just under early learning, it talks about Rochelle attending a City of Lethbridge childcare needs assessment workshop. And so that was really good that the City of Lethbridge is looking at that. It's a great example of, engaging with other jurisdictions and agencies. It's obviously something this board's been talking about a lot, and it's not just exclusive to us. What does childcare look like, especially as we get into those early years of school? For Indigenous education, just a reminder that May 21st, we have our Indigenous graduation at LCI. And then on May 30th at Gilbert Patterson, we have our Indigenous Student Awards ceremony. Last year, those were both just fantastic events, great opportunity for the community to get together, great turnout from trustees, from community, staff. So we're looking forward to that. That's always a real highlight. And then on diversity, I'll just, one thing, it talks about Jackie Fletcher and our English as Additional Language team are beginning to look at how do schools provide counseling services for students who English is not their first language. We have students that come to school that have very little English, and it's hard to provide them with the services and supports they need when they haven't yet picked up the language. So that's something that we're seeing more of. Obviously, it presents challenges because there's a lot of different languages that people speak in the city, but it's just something. So it's just something for the board just to be aware of, that it's one of those challenges that we're facing, trying to figure out as best we can. And you're probably over the next few years going to hear about the challenges, but also the supports we have in place for our English as additional learning students, because Lethbridge is certainly changing that way, and we've noticed that. Certainly happy to have those families as part of our school communities, just making sure that we're supporting them appropriately. That's really important to us. And then under leading learning capacity building, one of the things I wanted to highlight, I've mentioned this to you before, but we had some administrator professional learning at the end of February. The focus is assessment. That's kind of a new focus for us. And certainly the feedback I received from that first session was really positive. And I mentioned this before. I really appreciated the opportunity to just sort of be a learner and be there and be present, and I didn't have to lead it. The PL committee did that, and I thought they just did fantastic work. So looking forward to continuing that work. And then collaborative partnerships to support learning. As you know, there's a skills competition here recently at the college. I stopped by for a little bit. Andrew was there, Jesse was there all day, a number of our students and teachers. So I wasn't there for super long, but it was neat to be there and just see the level of passion, the level of skill that students have. And it's another great example of all the opportunities that kids have in front of us to really explore and develop their talents. So yeah, it was a really great day, and well done to everyone involved in that. And then, a little later here, it talks about under supporting and learning well-being, it's talking about Galbraith, and that we have some money announced for Galbraith. I know that's already been covered in Christine's report, so I don't want to spend time on that. But here's what I do want to highlight on that is that's an example of the advocacy of the board and the school division of spending time being consistent and continually going back and saying, listen, this is important, this needs to be done, this is the result of the work. This is what advocacy looks like. So appreciate the work that this board's done, that previous boards have done, that certainly Christine has done, and folks in the Ed Center and the school community. So hopefully we can get that finished and across the goal line, because we think that'll be very important to modernize Galbraith, and we're certainly excited about where we're at. So that's it for me on the priorities, unless you have questions.
Andrea and then Craig.
Thank you so much for looking into the EAL supports. We really want our newcomers to be successful and be supported. And just backtracking a bit to assessments and more assessments coming from Alberta Ed. with release time for teachers to be able to do Fontes and Pinnell if they, get up to half an hour per child. How is that decided? The release time, like how much time a teacher would have to.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we can certainly find that out.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
I could try and tell you an answer, but it wouldn't be
Okay.
accurate, so I
Okay.
just won't even attempt. Yeah.
Just as the demands get higher, I know some of those Alberta Ed tests were one-on-one, and there were 11 of them, and then Fontes and Pinnell on top of that.
Yeah,
get-
and that's why I mentioned that. It's something
Yeah.
that we're very concerned about because there is additional testing that's now happened. And so you sort of get in this situation where there's some mandatory tests from the province. And then are we expecting tests to be done at the same time? Is that the right time to do it? Is it flexibility? Do we need to streamline some of that? So yeah, those are all really good, fair questions that
Okay.
we're certainly grappling with as well.
Thank you. I just wondered as we headed into budget, how that
Yeah.
rolled out. Okay, thank you.
Craig?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, on the skills, local skills competition, if they win there, do they go up to a provincial competition?
I believe they do, yeah.
And I guess the question is, if we have any of the students that win provincially at the local skills at a skills competition, would we recognize them the same as athletes? Okay, thank you.
Christina?
I just wanted to thank, sorry, where's my thing? Thank Morrig and Rebecca for working with the Jordan's Principal application. I just want to kind of highlight it because I think it's one of those things that goes fairly unnoticed about how much work goes into those kind of applications to make sure that Indigenous students, like all students, have access to the education services that they need. And that's one of those sort of big system level shifts that make sure that students have what they need to be effective learners in our classrooms. And so I just want to appreciate the work that goes into making that big of a change.
Excellent. I have a question and I might have a follow-up question in regards to the diversity inclusion event in May. I'm wondering if you can tell us, I know more information's coming, but can you give us a little hint of what that might be?
In reviewing town hall feedback with the inclusive ed team, there was a really strong appetite for just understanding more about instructional support planning process and instructional support plans in general. I know Jackie and Rebecca are spending a lot of time trying to align with, of course, new report cards that we're starting to design, and really ensuring that when we report out, we're being accurate for all students, understanding that an ISP is a critical part of reporting for students who are identified with an exceptionality. And so Jackie and Rebecca will be crafting an evening, hour and a half, to really facilitate conversation and hear what the concerns and questions are around ISPs for parents.
So this would be similar to the DIPT from previous, just not called DIPT, like kind of that original one where that was the questions and concerns that came forward. Okay, sounds good. Any other, Jenny?
Sorry, just to clarify your question for myself, is this in place of DIPT or in addition to DIPT?
So the diversity and inclusion parent table events have always been tailored to support parents of children with exceptionalities or minorities, to either provide information or get feedback. And so that would be the intention of this event, is to get feedback and provide opportunities for information for parents specifically with students who are identified with exceptionalities. So the diversity and inclusion parent table is always events-based. We had Shelley Moore come and present. We presented on the student forum stuff from the last time. And then our first one we ever had pre-pandemic was just, what is diversity, what is inclusion? And we came up with sort of a mission and vision for the division. And it gave us lots of impetus for other events that we wanted to hold and house moving forward.
Jenny?
So is this event then, what is it by invitation? Is it open invitation? How are we Because I know a little bit about the structure of the DIP table, like the parent table, but this one, am I assessing it correctly that it's a more widely open event? Is that correct?
It would be open to any parent who wished to be there. I think the challenge is always ensuring we have the right space booked. And so we'd probably put out an expression of interest to come, and so that we had an idea of numbers before the event so that we could book and facilitate the appropriate seats, etc. And it would go up on the website too, Jenny, right?
Any other questions for the board priorities report Mike presented? Seeing none, thank you for that. We'll move on to acknowledgements of excellence and showcase.
Yes, and this will sound fairly similar because there's, a lot of the themes are the same, which is absolutely awesome. So obviously GS Lakey, and all you have to do is sort of read through this really quick and you can see the theme of all the things that they offer for their students beyond just sort of, the traditional classroom experience. So, in the first sentence, it talks about Spanish bilingual. They talk about Indigenous students or Indigenous studies option, a former teacher who was in the Navy coming in and talking with their kids about his experiences, really cool stuff. Then, of course, it mentions the show, the Luminosity show. I didn't get a chance to go and see it this year, but just absolutely fantastic. They always put on a great show. I know I was at GS Lakey the other day and talking to Sheldon Arvey, and they were getting ready for, they were putting on a concert that evening. And, so there's always something going on at Lakey, and really appreciate the work they do and the broad experiences that they give for their kids, that's for sure. Then Galbraith, if you look through Galbraith, probably one of the first things that jumps out at you about what they've said here is that connection with families. It really is about how do we connect with families, whether that's through school council. And if you know Galbraith, they have all kinds of nights where they bring their families in. And that school really is a hub of the community, which I think is pretty cool. That's the way, in my view, that schools should be, a big part of the community. And obviously that building's been around for a long time, and it's been a hub and a key point of that school community for many, many years. So, and they just continue to do the great work. So always really appreciative of all those, whether it be Welcome to Kindergarten and Grade 1, spring concert, just making sure families and parents get an opportunity to connect with the school. Nicholas Sharon, very, very, very similar. I happened to be at their school council the other night, and boy, it was a great great turnout and lots of really good conversation going on. You can see a lot of the work they've done with their fine arts program to get out in the community. Playing at the airport was really cool. And so they've done, O Canada at a Lethbridge Hurricanes game, all those sorts of things. So again, that idea of connection, community connection, being out in the community, giving back to the community. Then also, I know if you look at it, the conversation about the Nicholas Sharon market, where they're having students extend their literacy skills and their financial skills, which is something that we're very aware of in the province in terms of new curriculum, that sort of thing. There's a real appetite for making sure that students have real world applicable skills. So so that's it on the highlights. Unless you have questions, I may not be able to answer them, but always happy to do my best if I can.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none, we will move on to our first presentation. I guess we did our curling presentation already, but we will move on to our Edwin Parr nominee. So Mike, are you going to be doing the introductions? Robbie is. Okay, so I will turn it over to Robbie.
Thank you. Rather than reading from the memorandum that I provided, I think that the best thing to do would be to introduce Mahalia and the leadership team at Gilbert Patterson. So we've got Mahalia Peddle. Sorry, I'm looking right at you. Mahalia Peddle is our Edwin Parr nominee for this school year. And we have her leadership team here to do some introductions for her. We've got Principal Morgan Day, Vice Principal Pierre Legal, and Vice Principal Catherine Thorson. Thank you for coming today. And we have a spot for you up at the front.
Craig, can you add another mic up there? Because I think one of those doesn't work. Catherine and Pierre? They're like, no. She wants them over there.
Thank you for having us today. It's our pleasure to be here to support Mahalia. Mahalia has been at our school this year. As you know, that's the tradition for Edwin Parr for to be new teacher. Mahalia is an exceptional human being, not only a teacher. She's incredibly welcoming. She does incredible work where students feel connected to her right away. She works in and outside the classroom, so she's always volunteering. She runs several clubs, including our GSA, a volleyball club, and a badminton club, and a sewing club for students after school. And so we are just thrilled to have her here. The amazing part about Edwin Parr is that she does all the hard work, we fill out the paper, and we just get to sit back and enjoy celebrating her. So we're very grateful that she was chosen this year, and we'll let her do a little explaining about herself to you all.
Thanks, Morgan. Yeah, so my name's Mahalia Peddle. I'm really super grateful and honored to represent Lethbridge School Division and especially Gilbert Patterson through the Edwin Parr Award. First year teaching is super rewarding. There's also lots of challenges. So being recognized in this way is huge for me, and seeing the comments, Garrett made a video about my teaching, and seeing the comments from my students was very sweet and affirming just of the efforts I've been putting in. There's a lot of amazing first year teachers at my school, and so to be selected from among them is truly an honor, and I'm just very happy to represent Patterson and just keep going forward in a good way as much as I can. Yay.
As a board, we'd like to say congratulations, and we look forward to sharing dinner with you in Tabor in May when we get to celebrate across our zone. So congratulations. Thanks for everything that you do for our students and our school. And the fact that you're a French immersion teacher is like, that's awesome. We need lots of French immersion teachers. So thank you, and look forward to having more conversations. So our board definitely appreciates all you do. Thank you.
Well, a little bit of a change to our agenda because everybody's here. We have the Emmanuel Christian Secondary School girls 2A champions. Is that right? Basketball team 2A champions. So congratulations to all of you. What a wonderful, wonderful accomplishment. Also, if you don't know, Emmanuel Christian also hosted the tournament. I got the fortune of being there at the opening ceremonies, and what an incredible opening ceremonies. And it was pretty impressive to also watch the way you made pretty quick work of the competition. Not that we want to be disrespectful to any of the other teams, but it was an impressive, impressive performance. And I'll share some words very similar that I shared at the opening ceremony. So unfortunately, you got to hear me babble on again. But obviously, congratulations for what you accomplished. It takes a lot to win a championship. There's a lot of things that have to happen. Sometimes some of it's luck, but also it's a tremendous amount of skill. You have to improve over the course of the year. You have to have commitment. You have to have teamwork. You have to have determination, you have to have grit, all those things. And you had the added pressure of being the hosts, which that does take the level of pressure up a little bit. It's nice to be home, but also there's expectations with that. And to be able to take on that pressure and still perform at such a high level is absolutely incredible. Obviously, it paid off with a championship, which is something that you're never going to forget for the rest of your life. No matter how many, no matter what you go on to, you will remember that weekend and that tournament and the championship that you won for sure. And also just a reminder, as you know, I've talked about, and I know you've heard this from your coaches, that the skills that you demonstrated to get to the level of success that you had are skills that are going to make you incredibly successful in life as well. So that commitment, that teamwork, that dedication, the grit, overcoming adversity, those things are going to serve you really well in life. So congratulations to all of you. We're excited to have you here. And what's going to happen is we're going to call up your head coach, Coach Greeno, and then he's going to have everybody come up. We'll give you a certificate. You're going to shake our hands. Then we're going to go on the stairs here and we're going to take a quick picture. Okay? Awesome. Mike, would you like to say any words on behalf of the team or before? You got to talk into the mic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, perfect. This one. Oh, it's not even wired. Unreal. No, this opportunity to be a coach was a real privilege for me. All I can say is that I'm so thankful to have the fortune of working with this team, not just this year, but throughout the years. And it's really been a community effort long before I got here. These girls have been not only training with their basketball skills, but they have been building these friendships and relationships that led to such a phenomenal year on and off the court for us. I could talk about how good they were at basketball, but the championship speaks to that. The thing that really set this group apart was how many times I was approached by parents or coaches or opponents or even refs after games and just said what a pleasure our girls were to compete with. And usually when you think of teams that have a lot of success, you think of a little bit of like meanness to it, not all the time, but a little bit. But this was a group that was so kind and compassionate on the court. They were excellent basketball players, but they were even better people. And so as a coach, it was just a privilege and an honor to work with them.
We'll give Mike a second to come back in because I think we're back on his stuff. Craig.
I would just like to thank Robbie for inviting Christine Light and myself to sit on the committee to go over the nominees for the Edwin Parr. There were 5 excellent nominees, and hopefully sometime we'll meet the other 4 because I think it's worthwhile meeting those teachers in our division. But I'm happy and I'm glad that they're involving the trustees, at least 2 of us, to help get that decision made because it's a trustee award. So thank you very much.
Of course, it was good teamwork. It was a tough decision. We had some excellent candidates, as Craig said.
And of course, we look forward to the Edwin Parr banquet in Tabor, and your invitations have been sent out for you to RSVP for your ticket. So it'd be great to have as many trustees available as possible and executive council too. So next we'll go on to calendar of events. Mike.
Yeah, so I won't go through them all. If there's any additions, I know often board members will catch additions, so please add away.
April 11th and 12th is the Public School Board's meeting in Edmonton.
Tyler.
We're gonna do it now, save me an email, but I am not available on April 9th. So I won't be at the meeting and I'm not able to connect online either.
Okay. We're good. Calendar events is A-OK, so we will move on to donations and support. Mike.
Yeah, and again, you know, I'll say the same thing every time. Incredibly fortunate with the support that we have. So you can see a very generous donation from Kindle Club of Lethbridge to Proby for their Indigenous Outdoor Learning Classroom. GS Lakey, very generous recognition from the community and support from the community, totaling well over $6,000, almost $7,000 for the dance show Luminosity. And then, of course, for the ICE showcase and scholarships, we get just incredible support for that. So very fortunate. And so thank you to everybody who donated and the city of Lethbridge and the community for just continuing to support us in the work we do.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. And thank you for all of the support and donations that we've received. Next is 8.5 survey request for information.
Yeah, not much unless, of course, if you have questions, happy to answer them. Just we had a motion in January for some information about surveys. I did send that out to trustees. And so essentially we did, Garrett connected with some of his contacts. I connected with some of my contacts, also looked at some of the websites to see, and there wasn't really necessarily specific procedures or processes for survey development. But you know, a lot of similar processes to what we have, but there did end up being actually some good information to see some examples of surveys that other schools have done and our other school divisions have done, and certainly some things that we're looking at to make sure that when we are doing surveys, there's some consistency in terms of the information we're asking for and what we're letting people know, you know, here's why we're collecting it, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's it from me on that one, unless of course there are questions.
Tyler, your mic's on. Seeing no questions, just give us a moment because I want to see what we have next on our agenda. So we're going to jump ahead to 10.3 just because the other items are somewhat timed or can't line up with our 4 o'clock public presentation. So we'll jump to 10.3, which is budget belief statements. So I will turn it over to Christine Lee. Yeah, so do I. So do I.
Okay, Kristen, can you jump to the belief statements for me?
10.3.
10.3. Sorry, I thought we'd put the track changes one in, but that's okay. You'll have to just remember what the changes were. We had an opportunity to review the belief statements with the Board of Trustees at their strategic planning treat and at a committee of the whole, and some changes were made to the belief statements. Do you want me to just read through it, or would you guys just have, you guys have gone through it? Is there anything, does this still capture what we discussed, or?
The board has had an opportunity to see these and look at them. So I think if there's pieces that people need to change, and then I see Mike's hand is up. So go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, and I certainly want to stay in my lane, and I wanted to bring this forward earlier, but just didn't have an opportunity. I'm just going to make a recommendation, suggestion that the board may or may not consider. Obviously, I don't make the board budget beliefs, but there is something here that I see that I think we need to just reflect upon and maybe reword. And I was part of rewording it last time when we did, so I felt an obligation to kind of clarify it a little bit. It's the statement that says the board believes investment in education at the kindergarten to grade 3 level is foundational to student success. Concept still applies. It used to say, I think, primary education, that sort of thing. I think we might want to change that a little bit to say something to the effect of, is that just in my head, or anybody else hear that? Okay. Okay. The board believes investments in early education in early education is foundational to student success, or some of the effect of the board believes investments in education at the early learning to grade 3 level is foundational to student success. The reason I suggest that is we've had a lot of conversations around this table around EAP, KinderCare, that sort of thing, and it's maybe not captured in this belief the way that we have it worded. I don't think it was captured the way we had it before as well, so we probably, for your consideration, you might want to consider changing it to early education. So it's just a touch broader, and it does cover some of the EAP stuff and that sort of thing. Just my suggestion, but certainly whatever the board decides is all good.
Comments from the board? Andrea? Oh, looked like you were wanting. Nope. Just wanting to.
I think that's worded similarly to what it was before, and I think that captures it. Early learning. Were you wanting to take out all the way to grade 3 and just make it all early learning?
Yes, you could do it either way. A simple statement would be the board believes investments in early education is foundational to student success. That's a simple way to put it. Another way to put it, the board believes investment in early learning to grade 3 is foundational to student success. You don't have to, you don't have to accept that. Like, you may decide, we don't really want to wordsmith that, and that's okay.
Comments or thoughts? Christina, you're like, she needs a mic.
Mic over here. I'm fine with early learning. I think we are investing in early learning. I wouldn't remove to grade 3 just because I think early learning or like early years, early education is sort of tied up in specifically pre-kindergarten work, and I wouldn't want to undermine the work that is also being invested in literacy and numeracy specifically in grades 1 to 3, as well as kindergarten.
So which wording would you suggest then?
Early learning. Well, I sort of see it to whoever the pros are here. early learning or early education to grade 3.
Yep. So Christine Lee.
The board believes investments in early learning to grade 3 is a foundational to student success.
Tyler.
I prefer just early learning, not naming a specific grade, but that would be me. That's where my vote will go. I don't think there's any need to do that. You want to know that early learning is foundational to everything else that goes on, and I think that's captured in that statement. There's no need to put a specific grade.
It then keeps it at the importance of early learning, right? With not having the grade 3 part. Can you read it without the grade 3?
The board believes investments in early learning is foundational to student success.
Are we good with that? I'm seeing nods for that. Christina?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think the intention is there. This table understands it's been publicly noted. We believe like that sort of section, so I don't mind.
Christine?
Investment in the early learning years.
Yeah. Okay. So we're good with the amendment that Christine Lee read. Okay, any other statements that you wish to change in our board budget beliefs? Christina?
Just the format piece. Yeah.
Anything else? So we do need a motion to approve the 2024-2025 board budget beliefs. Christina?
I move that the board approve the Board of Trustees belief statements for the preparation of the 2024-2025 budget as presented.
I believe you would need to say as amended.
As amended.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Craig, is your PSBA fairly quick? 5 minutes? Perfect. We will jump to 10.5 PSBAA items.
First of all, I feel like a teacher. I'm still waiting for the one-page summary from 2 or 3 trustees so I can compile it for our next, for the ASBA board, for the Public School Board Association meeting. And secondly, due to the fact that I'm having cataract surgery on the 2nd of April, and I'm unable to drive for 2 weeks, and I'm unable to really be on the computer for long periods of time, I might like to know if someone would like to attend the public school board meeting on April 11th and 12th, because I won't be available. And that's it.
Thank you. So my intentions are to attend. I have until Thursday, I think, to respond. And I think any trustee can attend as well, but we'll ensure that, because that is one that we need to have our votes at. Is that accurate? Okay, so we will ensure that somebody will be registering to be the voting member. Is there anybody else that's interested in attending? Okay, so I will make sure that I register whether virtually or in person for that. So.
I don't want to point out who hasn't filled in their report yet, but it would be nice to get it before the end of the day.
Perfect.
I will hand it in, Craig.
All those times that Craig doesn't hand stuff in and weirdly tell me like. Perfect. So with that, we're pretty close to 4 o'clock. So I'd like to call up our public presenters to come up to the front so we can get settled and make sure that we have mics available for everybody. So we'll take a couple minutes and then we'll get started at 4 o'clock for the public presentation. And Tiffany, you know how to use the mic and everything? Yeah. Yep. Don't talk till it turns red, but I'm going to talk first. So you're good. Are you ready, Tiffany? Okay, so I will start. Okay. So thank you for taking the time to prepare a presentation to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. In accordance with policy 204.13, public presentations and forums, you have complied with the policy by notifying the board at least 14 days in advance, and you're providing information today for background and briefing. You have 15 minutes for your presentation. I will have Christine Lee signal for you when there is 2 minutes left and advise when the 15 minutes is up and presentation is finished. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and consider what you have provided as information. The board will not be providing a response or engage in dialogue following. We will not. We won't have dialogue after, but the board, should they wish to do so, ask any questions to you about your presentation. We will not be providing a written response. We need to change this, but we'll respectfully consider your information in our future planning processes and decision making. So thank you, Tiffany, and your 15 minutes is going to start now.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present to you. My name is Tiffany Hill. I am the school council chair at LCI. I have 3 students in the district, in the school division, and 2 of them are attend LCI. I graduated from LCI in 1993, which is almost 31 years. And I have to say, not much has changed since then. I'm here representing LCI to try to convey to you the urgent need for modernization. And I'm going to start out by showing you a video that we created to demonstrate this. Okay, that's not working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a student at LCI, the largest high school in Southern Alberta. We would like to show you some of the things we love about our school. At LCI, we have a long history of excellence in athletics. We are one of the foremost 4A schools in Southern Alberta, and we host many tournaments and provincial events.
This year, we will be hosting our 8th provincial championship tournament.
We also have some amazing fine arts programs. And here are just a few of the options that make our school stand out. We are the only high school that offers options that will help students learn skills that will benefit them in the trades.
As amazing as our school is, we have some major challenges that we would like to bring to your attention. So this is the main entrance to LCI. We've come up some stairs already, and now we're just entering the front of the school. First thing we see is stairs. These stairs, I don't see an office anywhere. So we're gonna walk down what's the main hallway. And to find the main office, we have to turn right and head down this way. So it's literally almost down in the corner of the school. So ideally, it would be good to have the office at an entrance like this that could be the front of the school where they could monitor who's coming in or out of the school, and they would be able to help community members, family members, and students navigate through the school. So if a parent was coming to a meeting or to a parent-teacher interview or to watch a game or to get to a bathroom because they couldn't access it through the back part of the school where the gym is, they'd actually have to park somewhere here if there was parking available and come up that inlet there and then navigate up through here, which in the wintertime has lots of snow and ice and has lots of breaks in the concrete, and to try to navigate to get to these doors. So now we're going to go into the entrance here, and we come across stairs, and they would not have access to the office. The only way, if you're in a wheelchair, to get to the upper main floor where the office is is by going through the elevator. The problem is you have to have a fob, and to have a fob, you have to access the office. So now we're going to find the office. We're going to head up these stairs, and we're going to go up another set of stairs. Okay, so they have to come all this way to try and get a fob to access the elevator. If a community member or family member needed to use the elevator, they'd have to come back here, and you can see that there's ice back here, park and try to come with their wheelchair up through the service entrance. They'd also have to make arrangements to get a fob so that they could access the elevator, and otherwise there's steep stairs. Okay, so now we're gonna head out to the G-Wing, and to get to that part of the building, we actually have to go outside, and at times when it's really cold or there's ice and snow, it's difficult for people with disabilities to navigate through. Where are you headed?
We're just going to life skills.
Okay, so you actually have to leave the building and go around the back of the school. We're gonna follow you to get to your life skills class.
There's no ramp on several of the stairs, so yeah, we just have to take the longer way so she can participate in everything. Even for parents too, like they want to come and see their kids like receive awards and
yeah, go to general meetings at the school, and
or just watch their kid play a basketball game. And to get to like the large gym, you have to go through the parking lot in the snow, and when there's ice, that's really difficult.
Or it's minus 30 out.
Yeah.
So this is the women's bathroom in the G-Wing. There's only one stall, and it's also smaller than the men's bathroom. In addition to our inaccessibility issues, our gymnasium has some really serious safety concerns.
So these bleachers come out so far. If you have your legs extended, you could trip a player. A player can be throwing the ball into the court, and there's literally fans right behind them. The floor is kind of falling apart. There's pieces peeling off all over the place, which I know our basketball coaches really struggle with.
It's so thin that it cannot be sanded again. It's peeling and very slippery, and the runout areas are too small and unsafe and could lead to some serious injuries.
Our badminton post holes are basically gone. The cement that held them in is no longer, and we've made it work, but they could be re-drilled any day.
It also has very poor ventilation and gets very hot. The capacity of the main gym is 970, but the student population is currently 1,480 and projected to reach over 1,600 by the fall of 2024. It's not possible to gather all the students together for assemblies like pep rallies and important assemblies like Remembrance Day and Truth.
Hi, I'm in the snow and
safety concerns.
Right behind them, the floor is kind of falling. There's pieces peeling off all over the place. In is no longer, and we've made it work, but they could be re-drilled any day.
It also has very poor ventilation and gets very hot. The capacity of the main gym is 970.
Hi,
and gets very hot. The capacity of the main gym is 970, but the student population is currently 1,480 and projected to reach over 1,600 by the fall of 2024. It's not possible to gather all the students together for assemblies like pep rallies and important assemblies like Remembrance Day and Truth and Reconciliation Day. These are important learning experiences that connects the students, and our students are missing out. They're getting divided up into different groups and have to be spread out throughout the school to be able to participate. All the entrances to the gym have stairs going down into the gym, except for one that's at the back of the school. That's the only entrance that a wheelchair could access. The other problem is that there are actually no accessible bathrooms anywhere near the main gym, and to access one, they'd actually have to go out the back of the school, down the alley, and around the front of the school to access one by the small gym. And it's not an accessible bathroom. The solution would be to relocate the main office to the front of the school, to the alternative front entrance, and push out the doors and make an accessible entrance over where front courtyard is, so it's closer to the sidewalk. That would allow for an open area with tables and atrium for students to gather, and it would allow for a direct access to the small gym if we could renovate it and push it out the back of the school so that it is large enough to accommodate our student population. We'd also need an accessible bathroom adjacent to the gym. Well, we cannot afford to wait for years to see progress on this matter. We are requesting the Lethbridge School Division to move LCI's modernization to a higher priority on the capital plan.
Hi, I'm a student at LCI.
Mike needs to be read.
Yeah. Okay, so you saw some of the great things at LCI, and you saw that we have some major challenges. And the three major challenges that we think are the most significant are accessibility, safety, and learning limitations. Can you switch it? This isn't working. Yeah. Okay, so we saw clearly the the limited accessibility. So I received so many emails from parents saying that they don't come to our school because of the limited accessibility. We have a parent on school council that has a child in a wheelchair that will be coming up to our school in the next year or two, and she's looking at other options because she's feeling that it would be too difficult for her child to come and do well at our school. The very limited access to the main office or gym. This is particularly difficult for visitors that come to our school because they don't know that you have to go to the back alley around the back of the school and arrange for somebody to open the door that's locked for you. And that just really limits participation. You know, any kind of tournaments, events, like we have artesian markets, our artisan markets, and things like that happening at the school. There actually aren't any wheelchair accessible student bathrooms in our school. There's one accessible bathroom, and it's a staff bathroom on the 3rd floor. So that's really not a good option. We had last year a student teacher that was teaching at the school, and he found it very difficult to navigate through the school, and was seen sitting at the top of the stairs in the gym watching an assembly. So, you know, in this day and age, how can we have a building in the school division that limits accessibility when inclusion is such a big focus? Let's switch to the next one. Okay, so we have some major safety concerns. One
Tiffany,
is
2 minutes, please.
One is our disconnected main office. You can't monitor who's coming in and out of the school. You could have distraught students coming in, going out. We could have community members that shouldn't be in our school. The gym surface, you saw a visiting student slip There's hazards there. The fire code, we're over fire code. So on paper, we have a huge capacity, but when you look at those shared spaces, it doesn't work. You saw the condition of the bathrooms, and the treads on the stairs are gone. The bus parking is difficult and can cause risks. And our disconnected G-Wing, we have a visually impaired student that stresses about going to art in the G-Wing because she has her stick and is worried she's going to slip. You can go. So with our capacity on our shared spaces, it's difficult to fulfill the required DPA. Sometimes, often during the winter, we have 4 classes using the gym at once. It's so disappointing to know that we can't gather as a school and our students are missing out on those learning opportunities, not being able to connect, unify the school, things that happen from having the whole school population be together at once. We have a lack of spaces to accommodate students. We have a lot of students that have accommodations, and our learning commons is overrun. And during finals and times of testing, they are running out of places to put people to accommodate them. And functionality and programming, what's so difficult with that is we have so many great fine arts programs, but we have to outsource whenever they perform at the Yates or churches or things like that. And we have our counseling offices across from the noisy gym. And we just have a lot of spaces that could be improved. This is just a general overlay of where things are. You can see the office.
Sorry, we're out of time.
Can I just read my last? Yeah. Okay. So I just want to say that we understand there's a lot of need in the district and that there are many schools that have so many issues and there's a lack of funding. But we hope that considering the acute needs of LCI, we are here to advocate for our school community. And we respectfully ask the board to give higher prioritization to LCI in the proposed 2024 to 2025 capital plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany, for putting together the video with the staff and students at the school and your school council, and for presenting today. I'll turn it over to any trustee that has any questions in regards to the presentation today. Go ahead, Tyler.
Not exactly sure. It was a few slides back, but can you just give me your point or your opinion on the busing situation? It was one of your points, but you didn't really have time to elaborate.
It just is the place that it comes is in between the G-Wing and the back of the building. So that's where the busing is, and kids are walking through there, and it's a limited space. And so it's just, I think, a little bit of a safety issue where it is.
In addition to that, similar in regards to the piece of the connecting the safety and the office location, can you just speak in regards to that?
Okay, so it's very difficult for parents. Most parents actually, I get questions all the time, where is the office? And it's parents that have had students attending the school for a long period of time. Because it's in a remote location, there absolutely is no way for them to monitor who's coming in and out of the school. Imagine, I mean, heaven forbid, a school shooter come into the school. The office would not be the first people that would know that is happening. And just safety-wise, knowing who's coming in and who's going out is a huge safety concern. And for them to even, like I said before, if you have a distraught student leaving the school or coming into the school, that's something that's going to be really important for administrators to be able to see.
Thank you. Craig?
Yeah, could you just let the trustees know what's in the G section, G-Wing?
Okay, I'll try and there is a huge art room, and I believe automotives is in there. I'm not sure. One is auto, it must be auto body. Auto body's in there. There's also some leadership classes and then some other classrooms that they use for various things. But the biggest thing is there's a huge art room and also another like auto body over in that area.
Jenny?
With this map up here, could you clarify, you kind of demonstrated for access to the gym or access to a few things, you kind of had to go through an alley and it looked like you were, can you show us where you were? And then would you mind also pointing out where the buses go?
Yeah, so the buses go directly behind the back of the school, in between where the G wing is and the back of the school, like in that lane there. And what was your other question?
That door, you kind of demonstrated if somebody with accessibility limitations needed
Yeah,
to use the bathroom, they had to go around the outside of the school, it seemed like.
Yeah, so you see where the drama room is? So there's actually a door there, and it's on the same level as the gym is. So to get to the gym, you actually have to park in that area between the G wing and the back of the building. And then you would go through that door to get to, and then you go around to that back door to get into the gym. Also, there is another entrance. If you see where where it says classrooms in there, that's where you have you can get in the service entry to get into the, that's one of the entryways you can get in for the elevator. But the problem is because the office is not anywhere near the front of the school, to access the elevator, you have to get a fob. And unless you make arrangements. So my friend Chelsea is here, and I wanted her to be able to participate in a dry grad meeting. And it was on the main hallway, so across from the office. So you can see where that is. And in the large conference room. So I went the day before and picked up a fob, and we came and went up the elevator and were able to go to the meeting. She told me it had been years since she had been to that hallway because she'd never had access before. So the other thing that she conveyed to me is that many parents can come to the school and advocate for their kids, especially at the beginning of the year when you have to help your kids with their schedules and things like that. And you know as well as I do, coming in person makes a difference. And she said, I just have to say to my kids, good luck and hope that things work out, because she can't come there in person because it's too difficult.
Jenny?
Do you mind if I ask if Chelsea, you're a parent of students in LCI currently?
Yep. Yeah, she has 2 students at LCI right now.
Any other questions for Tiffany? Seeing none, we want to thank you for coming and presenting, and we will use the information that you shared today as we can in any future decisions that we make. So thank you very much, Tiffany.
Thank
and Chelsea.
you for your time.
And next, we have an AI presentation. So we'll just give Jesse a couple minutes to get set up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to stand. I just prefer to stand while I'm doing this. I'm just getting called in. I'll share my screen if you want to switch cameras for me. So I don't, well, I guess I could stand like this too. I'm good.
So we have with us Jesse, our Director of Technology. He has provided us with a version of popcorn, which is your chips that have been all distributed. And he has a handout for us, and then we'll turn it over to Jesse to present and share with us. I had asked, knowing that Alberta School Boards Association has a AI committee really looking at the piece of governance where we look at it from a board perspective is needing to at some point form a policy on AI. It's really important that as trustees we have information and know what our division is doing in regards to artificial intelligence and to be informed. So that this is the first step in that for trustees involvement with AI yet or weren't at the fall general meeting where we did have a presentation on AI. So this will just link it back to our division. And I do say our first presentation because I do think we'll hear from Jesse many points later to learn more about AI. But he has about, I think, a 10-minute presentation and then 5 minutes for questions and answers. So I'll turn it over to Jesse now.
All right, thanks for having me today. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? All right, so I got my stopwatch. This is how you do a 30-minute presentation in 10 minutes. No. So today's presentation, thank you for having me. I'm Jesse, Lethbridge School Division, former administrator, teacher at LCI. So thanks for our SAI people coming, and my daughter will be going there next year as well. But today's presentation on history, hype, and a bag of chips. So I got some chips. Today, really, I'm here to share resources with you so that you can go down a rabbit hole yourself, because this is really a journey down a rabbit hole. And I love computers and I love technology. And really what you need to know is AI is what we're hearing today is this magical, magical thing. And that it's so new and it's so impressive. And really, I'm telling you, it's not. There's been some really good breakthroughs in the last 5-10 years. There's been some really good breakthroughs in the 1960s. But today what we have for AI for the most part is just very sophisticated software. Right? If you think back to when spell check first came out, everybody clapped, was so impressed. And then we always used chess as a standard of intelligence. And you can go back to the history of chess and mankind making all these machines and in the 1940s and all of these different mechanisms we have. But really today, there's been a few advances that have really allowed us to get this AI hype going. And I'm going to call it the hype. The release of ChatGTP, I think everybody's familiar with these large language models, right? We've had computer science that was based in mathematics. We had things like Khan Academy that we could give kids mathematic exams and then it would find the pieces because mathematics is very linear, where language and humanities is very dynamic. But with something like ChatGTP, where all of a sudden we could get some prompts in it, people were amazed what it was able to write and do. Remember, these are machines trained on large databases and data sets. So they still have what we call spanning trees, like if, then, and that, but they're also learning from themselves. So they're actually always reading the data. So this was really where the kind of like the gremlins got loose. Somebody fed some gremlins and they were really released. And this technology is really breeding all of this hype. Now, what Allison said, policy, and policy is one of these touchy things because is anybody familiar with the Gartner hype cycle? Anybody? Anybody? No. Okay. So right now, Gartner does all these studies and looks at all this hype. This is basically for investments in technology. We're not at the peak yet, right? I handed you this Alberta document, this GOA document that is given to all of our Alberta elected officials. And this is kind of a nice little document because it outlines from Cyber Alberta and the Alberta Ministry what politicians and people who are working for the government should be using ChatGTP for large language models like Copilot for today. So this is kind of a good start for us. And even this document is now 4 or 5 months old and you can see it started to be dated. So yeah, so that's, I would say policy right now, any policy we create or any policy you read right now is very loosely written or has some guidelines that becomes out of date very quickly. A lot of the policies that are shared in a document that I have linked to the presentation that you have are very loose guidelines. So I wouldn't say they're written as policies as we would foresee them, as more guidelines, something like this would be. There are some really cool things about AI, some concern, but there's also some concerns. I can tell you in September, we received phone calls from schools asking us how we block ChatGTP. How do we stop this from entering in our schools? Since then, those conversations have halted. People have realized there's some benefits, but there's also some challenges with it as well. Student dependency on AI, we're worried about kids cheating, inaccuracy of information. We know that there's what we call an hallucination rate, which we've been able to successfully overcome for the most part. We can set that now. Reduced human interactions, right? Kids are not going to be out finding the information, which is there's on the fence if this is going to happen or not. Privacy and ethical concerns. There was always that concern. Whatever you put in the machine now becomes part of the algorithm. That has been addressed, but still, those are concerns. The loss of traditional teaching methods too is another one where obviously, if you were a humanities teacher, you could understand the concern about how do we go about addressing this issues. But there are some benefits, obviously, to 24/7 availability. Assistance for students with disabilities. I know myself, I have a number of learning disabilities where I struggle with reading and writing, and this has really been a game changer for myself. I still write everything, but then I have the machine go through it with me and check it over my writing and see if I'm sending the right message and reading it through. So it's really helped me out significantly. And obviously, it has teacher support. And engagement and gamification. This is something that we're missing in education today. I really feel strongly that that we can do a better job, let's say, entertaining students and gamifying learning. And through gamifying learning, I think this is one way that we can do it, that it almost becomes like an assistant, but we actually have to teach kids how to do it properly. And then there's all these different global collaborations perspectives. I could teach a 6-month course just on the history of this and what's gone on in the last year. But one of the things I wanted to share with you in your PowerPoint, recently CAS had some pre-sessions on AI that I wasn't able to attend, but I know some people in this room did. I've been part of monthly meetings with ATLE, Alberta Technology Leaders and Association, that basically we get together every month and see what the changes are and discuss it, what it looks like in education. This is a document, and there's a link to this document. I'm not going to click on it because it's not going to take me there right now because I'm sharing on Teams, but basically all of us in the province, all the school divisions in the province, is a screenshot, go in there and we link all of our resources, all the policies. The UI just actually signed the first AI law last week. So what we did when we started talking, like, did you see this? Have you seen that? Have you read this? And so what we do in the province is we have all of this list of resources that we've shared with teachers. We've actually did 2 workshops, one for elementary teachers, one for middle school, high school teachers. 2 weeks ago on Copilot, we shared these resources with them. And also we shared them some resources with Amy as well. So because of all the hype around AI and people not understanding this software, there's been a lot of conversations around it. So we've started to do works with our teachers and give them these resources as well. So there's 2 things that I'm really excited about that you can watch these videos later. This is the first one's called Reading Progress or Reading Coach. Our teachers actually have access to what's called Reading Coach, and it's quite impressive. It actually has the teacher can select with their own reading passages or certain reading passages. If you're familiar with something like Fontes and Pinnell where a student reads, this will identify the words. This will tell you what reading they're level at, and it'll actually give them reading passages for their reading ability. And it actually records it. The teacher can listen to it, watch it. It'll actually create cue cards on the words they stumbled with. And so it's really nice as a parent because you can go and watch it. You know, all of our kids used to bring home those books, reading level 1, reading level 4, and I'm trying to read in French because my kids are in French immersion and I don't speak French. And so this is actually in French as well. So it's really kind of nice. And this is another thing a teacher used it for in their middle school too, especially with our English language learners. You can give it an idea for a story. So let's say you take a novel that you have of somebody climbing Mount Everest. This will actually, it'll say, what is the theme of the novel? What is the story about? Blah, blah, blah. You can tell it all that. And then it'll take every student's reading level and it'll give them a text for their reading level. So everybody in the classroom can read it, but then still have a discussion about what they read, giving them a vocabulary of words that they're familiar and comfortable reading. So this is a really cool tool. This is one that's really exciting. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it. We're going to go to the next slide. Okay. Sorry. The next one that's really important is what's just called Search Coach, because half of our problem right now is teaching people how to use the internet and search. Kids don't know how to use the and ors anymore. We all grew up with Encyclopedia Britannica, so we learned how to use proper search terms. Our kids don't. So this is a Search Coach built into Teams that will give them suggestions. It'll tell them, hey, this is a government organization, this is org, there's 98% accurate information, so this is a really nice tool called Search Coach, because some of the challenges around AI are getting kids to ask the right questions. And if they're not asking the right questions, they're not getting the right answers. And that's where it's going to be misleading. So Search Coach is cool. We're not going to watch the next one. So before I go to questions, I'm at 9 minutes and 36 seconds. This is nothing new. There is new stuff, but this was a documentary. There's two documentaries I'd love for you to watch. The first one's on Deep Blue. It's called Down a Rabbit Hole, that talks about the evolution of chess in technology and Deep Blue. And the second one is a documentary from 1961 that really sends some. It's interesting because in 1961, where they thought they would be in 1965, having a computer play checkers was amazing to people. No different than ChatGPT is amazing to us today. We're gonna play the first 30 seconds of this. So from 1960, here are their concerns they had at this time. Oh, I might have to share it with. Sorry, I have to just give me 1 second. I'm going to stop sharing because I have to share with audio. So. Oh, maybe it will do it. Oh, wait. I don't know. Let's see if it'll play the audio, because I want to make sure people following from home can do this. If not, I'll share the YouTube video. Oh, there. I'd encourage you to go watch that. It's about 15 minutes and it's really, really interesting to watch. And obviously AI was coined in the 1950s. It's never really been defined. We still haven't defined it. So how do you write a policy on a term that really hasn't been defined? But it's really amazing to watch. We were always referred to machine learning. Obviously AI was coined because of a grant that they wanted to write at MIT with a group of scientists. So really cool stuff, interesting stuff. It's fun to do our homework, and I'm glad to see a community at large getting interested in computers again. But there's a lot of hype and talk about it. So 13 minutes, 2 minutes for questions. Thank you. Any questions or concerns about AI? There is one slide I did have at the end that had people concerns with education and some of the cases in the last 6 months that you're more than happy to read with. But some of the bigger concerns was like anything you put into AI, becomes part of the algorithm, which we can turn that off. The hallucination rate by making things up, you can turn that off now. There's a lot of the things. Fooling chat bots was a big thing. You know, the person who bought a car for $1, and so all these famous cases. Airlines, there's lawyers using it. That, you know, is a famous case in the state where it created all this fake case law, and so that stuff has all kind of been corrected. All those early concerns have somewhat been corrected. It's moving into a product called Copilot. So ChatGTP that's why we did some training on Copilot. Microsoft actually came down and did some training on Copilot. So now, and think of ChatGTP, say, make me an Excel spreadsheet with a teacher rubric on this lesson plan or whatever, and it'll actually make Excel spreadsheets. It'll make Word documents. It'll make you PowerPoints. It'll do all kinds of stuff. Questions for me before you guys go? I know you have lots of days left, so.
Questions? Andrea?
Thank you for sharing and your personal story about how it's helped you. The reading coach, is it a download? How are people?
No, it's
using
really neat. So reading coach, like when we were online 2 years ago, it was released. We use reading progress and it's built into Teams. So basically the kids, instead of giving the students an assignment, you give them a reading assignment, and it'll actually give them, you can assign what reading verses they want. And then you have the kids will read it, and it'll say, okay, you're at this level, and it'll give you the next level. And then it'll find a spot where they think that student's reading level is, and then target certain writings around their reading level to try to build growth. And it's really cool because as a parent, I know we had Coalbank's online teachers using it. You could go back 6 months and see where the kid was reading, and then give them another passage and see the growth. So it's super neat. Our teachers that use it really like it. And when we met with our teachers a couple of weeks ago on Copilot, they had never seen, some of it had never seen it, and they're really intrigued with it. And there's all obviously different reading levels and different standards. And so they actually have a chart to say what level they're at and where that meets on the Fons Pinel. I'm not a literacy person, but the literacy people that use this in their classrooms are really excited about it, especially in our elementaries. It's cool. Go check it out. Go watch the video. It's super neat. Super neat.
These resources you'll be sending?
They're all in the PowerPoint that I sent everybody yesterday.
Perfect.
So the links are all there. All the documentaries are there. Everything's there. Amy is the Alberta, Alberta Machine Learning, whatever. They've done work for years at the U of A. Alberta's been known for AI for years at the U of A, but they've done a lot of the neuroscience stuff. So, but yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. If there's no other questions.
We know where to find you.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. It's cool
and I'm
stuff.
sure we'll be having you back. I appreciate you coming
thank
and
you.
sharing. Any last quick plug for something coming up in May?
Hey, yes, I will send out an email. Our esports championship. We have a big meeting tomorrow. We're looking for volunteers May 3rd and 4th. Exhibition grounds. A couple hundred people will be there. Hopefully, a couple hundred kids will be there playing all kinds of 4 different titles of games. So sounds like we got the U of A's Omega Striker team coming down. And it's going to be a very large event. You're not going to want to miss it. And yeah, it's going to be fun. Geek Fest is the same time, so that's a board game conference. And yeah, just bring your kids down or come down yourself and play some games. So thank you, Allison.
Awesome.
Thank you for support on that.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah. See ya. Thank you, everybody.
So I think that we're actually back to regular programming. So we're going to go back to 10.1. And I believe we have some Churchill people that are here to talk with us about an international trip. You are. So I'll get you to come to the front where the mics are. And Morag, you're going to speak first.
Yeah, welcome Alexa, Emily, and Aaron and thanks for coming and submitting your trip potentially for April 21st to April 25th of 2025 to New York, USA. I will just turn it over to you guys to kind of share a little bit of the lowdown in the itinerary. That's typically what we go through. And then just open it up to questions. You don't have to go through everything. It can be like a quick 4-minute spiel. Okay?
Okay. So I'm Emily Morrison, this is Alexa Koshman and Aaron Becking, and we're here today to talk about our New York trip proposal.
So I'll start off with the why we want to go to New York. As you all know, Churchill is an awesome school. We're a diverse school, we're a dynamic school, and something in particular in the past couple of years that we're really priding ourselves on is our student involvement in fine arts and athletics. So I run the volleyball program and Emily runs our fine arts program. And like in the fall, we saw a lot of students participate in our volleyball teams and fine arts, and we're both, and Aaron as well. Sorry, Aaron, don't want to exclude him. But we really believe that that's important, is getting kids involved in fine arts and athletics and not just streaming it. So like you can just do fine arts or you can just do athletics. We think that builds a lot of character and helps kind of foster that passion. So like we have facts up here saying that in this year's musical, 45 of our 60 performers were also involved, they're also student athletes. 70% of our JV volleyball team was in the musical as well. So it's also awesome as coaches and directors that we can go support our students in different assets, which is awesome. We also want to give students the opportunity to travel and to experience the world and experience their passions in professional settings. So professional sports and professional arts or performing arts. And we can't really access that in Lethbridge as much as you would be able to in New York City. So we feel that this trip would be just an awesome combination of fine arts and athletics. And we could share our passions with students, and they could also see their passions in real life.
There we go. My apologies. So just before we talk about the cost of the trip, we just want to go through some of the things that are included for students in the trip to New York. First of all, is a round trip airfare. So we will have transportation provided for students to Calgary, and then round trip airfare from Calgary to New York and then back. We will also have transportation while we are in New York. So to some of the different events and activities that we're going to be doing, to the hotel, things like that. In the cost, the meals are provided. So dinner and breakfast are provided daily for students. So they would just be responsible for lunch and snacks, which we will come up with a plan for what we want that to look like with students. We are going through EF tours, so we do have a full director with us that is helping not only plan the trip, but also guide some of the events and activities that we will be doing in New York. There is professional overnight security at the hotel. So from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., there is security at the hotel to just, enhance safety measures for our students. We will have a 8-to-1 student and staff ratio. So between 4 staff members and we're hoping for 32 students. As well as parent volunteers. We've already had some parents reach out and interested in coming to New York with us. So that'll add some more volunteers, some more supervision, and some more safety measures.
Go to the next one. Okay, so the cost currently with everything included is $4,357. However, we have overcompensated our price, and there are some things that we plan on taking away once we visit with the students to see what they want to do. So we are quoted for a basketball game as well as a baseball game. We'll likely only do one depending on what the students would like to do. There is an additional fee, I think it's called the Hit Show Upgrade. That's if we want to see something new on Broadway. We're going to ask the students if they'd like to see something that's been on Broadway for a while. That will get taken away. And I believe that's it. But yeah, $4,357 is the cost currently, but we expect it to go down. And with EF, as I'm sure most people know, there's payment plans, et cetera, available. So yeah.
Okay, so I won't go through this too in depth, but we're just going to go through our itinerary day by day. So on our first day, we would arrive. We would get to go, we would travel by bus when we are in New York. We would get to kind of see little parts of New York. Then the big part of this day, we'd go to the Empire State Building. We would get to go up top. We'd get to see the views. And then we would travel by our private coach back to our hotel in New Jersey. So that's the first day.
Day 2, we're going to do a tour of Yankee Stadium, and then we'll check out the Statue of Liberty in the afternoon, as well as Times Square. And then that evening, we will go see a Broadway show.
Day 3, oh, sorry. Day 3, we want to attend a Broadway workshop, which will be an awesome opportunity for our students. Then we would go to Radio City Music Hall, get a tour there. And then this is the day that we would choose between the NBA game or the MLB game.
Day 4, we will go to Lincoln Center, which is a performing arts center. We'll go to the Met Museum that afternoon, as well as Central Park, and then another Broadway show that evening.
And then we leave on our last day.
Okay, so with international trips, cost can often be a barrier. So we want to try to knock down those costs as much as we possibly can and offer as much fundraising to students as we can. So just a little bit of background, myself and a colleague, we were involved in planning an international trip in 2019 before COVID shut that down. And our plan was to make it as accessible for students as possible. So we set a plan to fundraise for 12 months. And within the first 4 months, we already raised about $14,000 for students, which was enough to knock off just over $1,000 per student. So our goal is the same with this trip. We're giving ourselves exactly a year. We have some major fundraising ideas at this point. But when we have our parent meeting after the Easter break, we also want to, assemble a parent committee and figure out, what else we can do monthly for fundraising opportunities and try to cut that cost as much as we possibly can. So some of the major ones that we have proposed so far is the Christmas tree collection that the City of Lethbridge offers, bottle drives, some community stuff that we can do in our gym that is kind of low operating costs, but it can bring in some funds for our students, and different raffle ideas. So again, these are just some of our major ones, and then we hope that parents will bring some more ideas to the table and we can, make it as affordable as we possibly can for students that want to come to New York.
And that's the end.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that you shared so much information with us. At least it lessens the questions that we'll have for you, but I do think that there'll probably be some questions around the room. So I will open it up for trustees for questions. Christine.
Well, thank you for the presentation. We went through this thoroughly at my house. And yes. Yeah, I appreciate the amount of information that you provided. And my question coming in was just answered. The only blank page within our package was the fundraising. I thought, But I really appreciate the fundraising effort to provide an equitable opportunity. I think often fundraising can be inequitable in and of itself because not all students are surrounded by people who are able to support. And so thank you for being intentional with this piece so that all students are able to participate as can be. Is there ever opportunity for a student who cannot afford to be given an opportunity? That would be my question. Yeah, beyond the fundraising. I don't know if that's an awkward question for a public meeting, but I would like to pose that. Are there opportunities for students who are unable to meet minimum requirements?
Yeah, so I think between the three of us planning this trip, we care deeply about students and we care deeply about the students in our community. And we're three really creative individuals. So I feel like if that arose and there was a student who really wanted to come, but there were limitations, we would do whatever we could in our power to ensure they could attend.
Morag.
Just wanting to be mindful of costs. So with EF Tours, they cover 4 staff members to go. Is that correct? If you've got 40 kids, so 1 per 10?
We chose 1 per 8. It was 1 per 6 or 1 per 8. And so we did 8 because that makes the cost for students lower.
Okay, and so our ratios on our field trip for 1 per 10. So that's just something to be thoughtful of when we talk about paying for our staff to go, because the kids end up paying for that, right? And so if there are 4 staff members, that's $15,000. We're also funding for that. And so I just want to be thinking about our ratios so that we're not necessarily following the trip company, but our ratios.
Andrea.
Thank you for planning such an exciting trip. I don't think you have left any stone unturned in your itinerary. I think you're going to go to so many exciting places, and thank you for being willing to travel with students. And thank you also. I had the same questions about fundraising and for thinking about that. And maybe the grocery coupon one is one to put in your wheelhouse. I know that there's lots of money to be made there. And the most important question, do you not need me to go along?
Was there other questions? You're good. I have a question, knowing that the trip in your information says it's for grade 9 to 12 students. So they would pretty much need to be students that are in grade 8 currently. So is there a plan to be working together with your feeder schools to talk with any of those grade 8 students that would be grade 9 students next year? Or is it just the current grade 9s and not next year's grade 9s?
Our plan is to have a student meeting this Thursday at lunch. And then from there, we will send the information to our feeder schools and invite any parents interested to our parent night on April 10th.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there any other, Christine? Yep, go ahead.
I'd like to move that the Winston Churchill High School trip to New York in April 2025 be approved by the board on the condition that all division policies and procedures are strictly followed, and with the understanding that future travel advisories and/or vaccination requirements may affect the trip's ability to proceed.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's approved. Enjoy New York. So given that we're 5 minutes to public forum, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll meet back here at 5 o'clock for public forum. get to your seats, please. Excellent. So I think we have a couple of people for public forum. I don't see any online. So we will get started. I think Amber is going to be up first for us. So thank you for taking time to join the public forum and present to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and carefully consider what you have said today. The board will not be providing a response, but we will ask any clarifying questions after you are done, and we will provide a written response in the near future. So you can look to Christine Lee, who will be our timer for your 5 minutes. She'll let you know when you can start.
You start anytime. As soon as you start, I start the timer. So when you're ready.
No, because they can't hear you online.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello. After reading your response to my inquiry last month, which I'm a little disappointed by, I imagine that you have a policy that requires you to respond as a united group for all public announcements and information. And if so, I have a rather large concern about your town hall summary. My concern is in the governance section of that summary, specifically the feedback regarding governance from the online survey on page 28. There isn't an explanation of the survey format. It seems to be organized throughout where there is a title of the section, a brief description, and then a series of headings followed by feedback, specific feedback points below those headings. On page 28, the first 4 headings are fairly benign. It's about advocacy, communication, policies, planning, all things that fall under governance. And then the last one reads as such: monitor ideological influences at school. And under that heading are 2 opposing subpoints about gender diversity. So I'd like to know who compiled and summarized this portion of the report. Who chose the language, and did you all read and approve it? How do ideological influences relate to gender diversity and gender expression with this heading, as that is the focus of each of the points beneath the heading? So are you using ideology as described to describe a federally legislated charter right of gender expression? Or are you talking about the religious belief and right-wing political extremism, which have been regularly using that particular term? It seems very clear from the format that it is the former. And if that's the case, I'd like you to explain yourselves and the summary compilation structure. Let me be quite clear here. My child's gender is not ideological. The only ideologies at play regarding gender diversity are religious belief and right-wing political extremism. And they are not interested in expression, only repression. Gender diversity is scientifically described by neurology, evolutionary biology, psychiatry, psychology, just to name a few. Whoever decided to use this particular heading is showing their own bias or their lack of understanding of the word ideology. Or by bringing inflammatory political rhetoric into a school board summary, which is public, the person who wrote it understands now ideology is being used as a pejorative by religious and political groups to label those who oppose them. In any case, the school board using such language in your own summary is not supporting all students. And I keep hearing this from everybody, from administration to executive to school board trustees, that the first thing we're doing is that we are supporting every kid that walks through our doors. This does not support my child. Okay? It doesn't support any minority when you use this kind of language. And I just read your summary about how I have to watch my language when I come here. So I would expect it from you as well. Now you are all bound to that language because I expect that all of you have to read over these summaries before they get publicized. Your silence on the policy announcement nearly 2 months ago, and this particular language used in your summary, makes it quite clear what side you're standing on right now. And it's disappointing, but it certainly isn't about supporting students, no matter how small a minority. You govern public school. We have a separate school system with religious ideology as a basis of its curriculum. But in public school, the only ideology we are meant to accept is secularism, which the whole point of secularism is that we accept all belief systems. If monitoring ideology regarding gender expression at school was a regular response by people to an online forum, perhaps it should have been noted as such.
I'm sorry, Amber, we're out of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification? Seeing none, on behalf of the board, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. You can be assured that the board will carefully consider what you have said today and provide a response in the near future. Thank you, Amber. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole, for taking the time to join the public forum and present to the board. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. The board will listen carefully to your presentation and carefully consider what you have to say today. The board will not be able to respond, will not be providing a response or engaging dialogue following your presentation. We will ask clarifying questions, and we will, however, provide a written response in the near future.
Okay, thanks. Can I just ask, I just read that page that you gave me. If I was in, I don't know, if I did anything wrong, you would have told me, right? By now?
You're good.
That's new. Well, just the page that I had to read over, like the guidelines or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Just
wanted to make sure.
Guidelines so that you know what our
expectations
are when you're sitting here presenting. So it's not a surprise if I stop you, or if any of our trustees call a point of order, that it wouldn't be a surprise that you would know that.
Thanks. Okay, so last time I wasn't quite done. So I'm just going to finish off my public forum. So I support the government requiring parental notification and consent for minors 15 and under to alter their name or pronouns, otherwise referred to as social transitioning. Dr. Stephen Levine has authored 5 books, 44 chapters, and 156 papers about sexuality and gender. His resume is 24 pages long. On social transitioning, he says, social transition of prepubertal children is a major experimental and controversial psychotherapeutic intervention that substantially changes outcomes. Page 8 of the Lethbridge School Division's Guidelines Attending to Gender Identity, Gender Expression, and Sexual Orientation in Our Schools reads, evidence-based best practice tells us allowing children to take the lead with their gender identity and supporting them with this exploration is helpful. But did you know that as many as 70% or more of youth who present with gender identity concerns for the first time in adolescence had psychiatric diagnoses prior to presenting with gender dysphoria? The strong connection between trans identity in adolescence and the presence of neurocognitive diagnoses deserves additional consideration, as individuals on the autism spectrum are often gender nonconforming. These factors may play a role in the emergence of transgender identity as a maladaptive mechanism for understanding their distress. I also support requiring parental notification and an opt-in requirement for each instance a teacher intends to give formal instruction on subject matter involving gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality. As well, I support the government requiring pre-approval by the Ministry of Education to ensure third-party resource materials or presentations related to gender identity, sexual orientation, or human sexuality are age appropriate. In January 2023, this division released their updated version of their guidelines attending to gender identity. An entirely new section was added titled Inclusive Curriculum Resources and Access to Information. And the last sentence of that section reads, therefore, Lethbridge School Division staff members are encouraged to challenge gender and sexual orientation stereotypes and integrate positive content into teaching and learning on a regular basis. But the division refused to share exactly what this positive content is and where it can be found. The Alberta Teachers Association added a book by Joe Warren titled Gender in Early Childhood Education, Implementing a Gender Flexible Pedagogy to their teachers' library. The book description reads, this book is an essential resource for exploring and deconstructing the gender binary in the early years sector. I wanted to read that book, so I called my local public library, checked my Hoopla app, called the Lethbridge College Library and the University Library. None of them had that book. In fact, the university librarian informed me the closest physical copy of this book was in Idaho. So then I called the Calgary ATA office, who transferred me to the Edmonton office, where I was redirected to the ATA library, where I was denied access because I was told that their teacher's library is for members only. I asked if I could become an ATA member, and I wasn't allowed. So then I asked the Alberta School Councils Association if they could advocate on my behalf to get access to that book, and they said no. I emailed our local ATA 41 and the Lethbridge School Division, but they didn't even reply to my request for help. I emailed the Ministry of Education's Division of Strategic Supports. They said no. I even asked the Minister of Education himself. But you know what a lot of people basically told me? Ask your school or your children's teacher. But the ATA added that book to their teacher's library, so it only makes sense I go straight to the source. Furthermore, deconstructing male and female categories is not something that would be contained to a classroom. Think how this would be a systemic change because of the impact to language, human understanding, science, bathrooms, change room, sports, if we were to deconstruct the gender binary, also known as male and female categories. And so as a result of my experiences, I support parental notification, opt-in, and pre-approval of third-party resources because I believe there's been a gross lack of transparency in explaining to parents and stakeholders what anti-oppressive work involves, and there has not been opportunity for discussion as to whether or not the purpose of education should include deconstructing male and female categories. And lastly, no one from this division, as far as I'm aware, has ever asked parents, stakeholders, or teachers if they thought that applying queer theory to K-12 education system could create safe environments. I don't. I do not believe committing to making sure everyone feels a certain way is realistic or attainable. I think that having clear rules and punishments for bullying and then enforcing those rules would actually keep students safe, and then maybe students would also feel safe. And then we would have safe spaces for all students to learn to read, write, and do math, all while learning how important it is to be able to tolerate and work alongside others who may be different from themselves. The closing sentence to the summary of one of the peer-reviewed articles I read said this: because the future well-being of young patients and their families is at stake, the field must stop relying on social justice arguments and return to the time-honored principles of evidence-based medicine. In conclusion, because the future well-being of young students and their families is at stake, I think Lethbridge School Division must stop relying on social justice theories and return to the time-honored principles of evidence-based medicine.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Like you practiced that. Nicole, on behalf of the board, thank you for your presentation. We appreciate public members coming forward to express a concern or perspective. You can be assured the board will carefully consider what you have said today and provide a response in the near future. I missed if there was any clarifying questions from anybody.
I have a printout of my public forum if anybody wants a copy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Nicole. Okay. Yeah, later. So we have Avis coming up next. I think we need to give us a minute to get our agendas. Okay, so we are going to be looking in your agenda packages for 10.2 second quarter financial report. Just wait if anybody. Yeah. Okay. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christine Lee to
Okay.
present Avis for us.
Thank you. So it's of course our second quarter financial report to the end of February 2024. As Avis can't do the budget yet, she's been working on the second quarter report. So I'm just going to turn it over to her and she's going to present that to you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right, so I'm happy to present the 2023-2024 second quarter report, Finance at a Glance, ending February 29th, 2024. This presentation is an overview of the quarterly reporting and a supplement to the actual quarterly report, which was in your board package and provides additional details on the second quarter report. These reports, as just a reminder, are based off of the operating budget, which is the approved September 30th budget. Subsequent to the approved September 30th budget, the following significant changes have occurred. So there's been increases in funding from Alberta Education, which include $379,000 from September to February for the Enrollment Growth Grant. A total of $758,000 is estimated to be received for this entire school year. $77,850 additional has been announced for the School Nutrition Grant. $29,510 in fuel contingency funding, which is used within the transportation budget area, and $464,258 will be added to the transportation grant funding. So $232,000 from September to February has been recorded as a receivable at the end of February. As well, other changes include an agreement with Jordan's Principal has been signed between the Division and Indigenous Services Canada for $917,118. These funds will be used over the next 2 school years for EAs and other contractual services and is currently within our accounts receivable as well. And last but not least, in quarter 2, there is also an accounts receivable of $548,048 for technology from a settlement with Microsoft. So just again, a reminder, the budget charts in the half circles, the budget line is in blue, the forecast line is in green, and the red line is in red to show the actual, the red line is in red. Yes, the red line is the actuals. In the full circle chart, the budget line is blue, forecast is green, and the year-to-date actuals are in red. There will also be check marks in each area. The green check mark means the expenses are within the forecasted costs. The blue check mark means that there are revenues to cover cost increases. The yellow check mark means expenses are over forecasted costs but are still within budget, and a black dash is above forecasted costs. So we'll start with revenues. So as of February 29th, 2024, 50.9% of revenues have been received. This is overall comparable to forecast, which is 50.7, or a difference of about $235,000. The main areas of note to include the main areas of note are the Government of Alberta that we just went over, the increases from the funding discussed above, as well as investment income is also higher in the last quarter, as some of the division's GICs either matured or renewed, and February resulted in some interest earned. Offset from fees, as all possible fees are budgeted, and those are lower than forecasted at the moment. Next, for expenditures. So it's overall comparable to forecast, 50.1% actual versus 52.1% forecasted. The reason why the forecasted expenditures are higher than the traditional 25% is that some expenses are either over 10 months versus 12 months, or that some expenses are paid in full in the first quarter. As shown in the chart, we're going to go over both program and type, and so we'll go into that next. So we'll start with pre-K. So pre-K is at 50.4% of its total budget. It's within forecasted costs of 52.9%. Forecasted costs are higher than average of the 25%, as the majority of the staff within this category are paid over 10 months versus the 12, but overall it is within budget. Next is instruction for kindergarten to grade 12, which is at 50.1% of their total budget compared to 50.8% of the forecast. So there's still a few larger supplies within technology. I know that I've been chatting with a few schools about some furniture purchases. So overall, it is still considered within budget, but it is a tiny bit under there, about $800,000. Operations and maintenance is at 55.7% of their total budget compared to 57.8% of forecasted costs. This is under forecasted costs due to the timing of projects can fluctuate throughout the year. And then this is also higher than the traditional 50% that we would see as insurance is paid in the first quarter, and that's a large sum. Transportation is at 60.9% of their total budget compared to forecasted costs of 59.2%, or approximately $54,000. So this area has a blue check mark as there is revenue to cover the additional costs. So this budget right now doesn't take into account the fuel contingency of the $29,000 from Alberta Ed that they calculate basically every month depending on what the diesel prices are, as well as the transportation grant has now been approved by Alberta Education. So we now have that $464,000 that will be coming our way hopefully soon. Yeah. And so we have recorded $232,000 of that right now in our AR. Next is system administration. So this is at 50, year to date is 52.7%, which is under forecasted costs of 57.9. So it is within budget. And last but not least is our external services or international program, which is at 58.6% of its total budget. This is slightly over its forecasted costs as lots of activity occurred in Q2 between recruitment travel and homestay costs for groups arriving in January. This is a self-sustaining program, meaning that any revenues collected cover all expenses, so there's no concern of overages at this time. Next, we'll go into the types of expenses. So we'll start with salaries, benefits, and professional development. So 51.2% actual versus 51.2%. Oh, sorry. Get that out of the way. Forecasted. There we go. There's a variance of approximately 30,000, but for the most part, this is bang on, which is always nice to see. The forecasted is a little bit higher as the enrollment growth funding has been used all for staffing. The contracted services, so 58.2% versus 57.3% of forecast, so slightly over. However, this is where the transportation costs are included, and as discussed above, there's the additional funding that will cover those costs. Other services, 82.8% actual versus 85.3% forecast, a variance of approximately $60,000. Likely timing of expenses, and then just a reminder here that the traditional 25% per quarter, this is where insurance is recorded, so that's why it's higher than it would be at 50% for these first two quarters. Supplies is at 47.6% actual versus 53.3% forecast. So like I said, there's still some larger purchases to be finalized before the end of the school year. Other expenditures are 29% actual versus 50% forecast. So there's currently savings in this area as this is where contingency is listed and is only used if need be. And last but not least, transfers, school generated funds, and capital IMR is at 43.7% actual versus 50% forecast. So the timing of IMR projects as well depends on the project throughout the year, and the resources available. And the SGF expenses are slightly lower than forecasted, which correlates to the decrease in fees that we discussed above. The financial position as of February 29th, 2024. The division has net financial assets of $4.47 million, which is a decrease from the prior year of $7 million. The majority of this decrease is a reduction in cash and cash equivalents, as well as the recording of the new asset retirement obligation liability. And then the non-financial assets and the related spent deferred capital contributions have decreased from the prior year. In the prior year, it was $16.2 million. This year, it's $14.88 million, and this is due to amortization on capital assets. And then I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. Tyler?
Love to know why Microsoft has given us $500,000.
Yeah, absolutely. I went to I went to Johnny this morning to make sure that I got some classification, some clarification on that. And it's for overcharges. They had been overcharging us. So there was a settlement that they worked out, and that's where we're getting that money. And then Christine can, certainly.
No, and I just want to add to that. a lot of that money was spent last school year. And so we kind of had a deficit in technology. And so that's now fixing that deficit. And then some of it is for evergreening as well.
Greening and professional development as well. Yeah.
Jenny?
That was my question as well. Is that something that was recognized by Microsoft or in our audit? How did
Oh,
we?
no, it was recognized, I believe, by our tech team.
It was actually the overcharge, it was a class action suit that was launched against Microsoft, and then you had to apply for it. And then you had to actually then spend the money in order to get the, yeah.
I know, right? Yeah.
Sorry, I had it.
Oh, no, yeah, by all
separate
means.
question
Yeah,
as
by
well.
all means.
Okay,
Go ahead,
my
Jenny.
other question was just under contract services, we are over and so and I recall we were over in our first quarterly report as well. So my question is, where do we anticipate this one to go by end of year? Are we anticipating to still be that 50 to 60,000 over? And if so, do we have strategy
to cover it? Absolutely. So the vast majority of that overage is our transportation. So then we have those funds that are coming from the government that should help cover that off. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you.
You bet.
Just give a little background. When we did our budget, they had estimated, the government had estimated our grant. And then we had an actual grant application process, again, back to the old ways we did a number of years ago. And our grant, because of, it changed how many people were transporting in the number of years where they kind of froze our funding. It was quite a bit higher than was budget, but so were the costs. So before we had a deficit in transportation, and now we're breaking even.
Yes, which is good.
Other questions or comments? Christina?
I think just for a board perspective, on page 10 of the report around the reserve cap, that the reserve has changed.
Yeah.
From two, where are we at?
It was
To
at,
three.
yes. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't mean
Explain
to
it and
jump
then
up,
I
but I
have a
just know
comment
exactly
about
where
it.
you're
Go
going. So about the comment at the end there that, so on February 29th, when the 2024 budget was announced, Alberta Education did say that they have now, there had been that cap of the 3.15%. It has now been removed and it is now up to 6%. So we did like that. The work was done to meet that goal. And so now it's good that that's been removed.
I'll say it less diplomatically. I'm frustrated that how much work had to go into eliminating reserves, which are so critical for long-term sustainability of public entities, which to then be removed and places a deficit in our reserve, not a deficit in our reserve necessarily, but essentially, right?
Yeah.
Where we certainly needed to use reserves in many cases to fund underfunding in our system. But we also coming out of a, recent pandemic where we know the importance of having reserves. It's frustrating from our government funders to see the work that has gone into and how much of time and effort on every level of our division to go into trying to be effective with those reserves, spending them in ways that were not necessarily the initial intention of those reserves, in order to try to make the best use out of them in a time frame that didn't necessarily need to be as rushed as it ended up being. So just as a board member, I just need to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
We may get to a position where we don't have enough in reserves to fund other things that we need in our system. And to me, that's a result of this artificial cap being placed, and now having to rebuild it back up to have a healthy system. So
yes, I completely agree with that because it definitely limits the flexibility that we have come budget time.
Christine?
And I do want to make the comment though, we didn't waste the reserves we had. And I know that was your comment. I'm just I want to emphasize that we use those reserves to definitely support our students in our classrooms, where we weren't being able to, our funding didn't keep up with the growth, in particular with the weighted moving average. And so we were purposeful with the spending, and we may have had to get there anyways in order to keep up with the growth is what I'm saying. But we now do not have the flexibility, which is sad.
And I will there's lots of school divisions who are in the same situation as us as well. When it comes to, they had their reserves were a healthy balance, and now they are with it under that 3%, and the flexibility is gone.
Craig.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of advocacy through ASBA and public school boards, is that as a school division, I'm against having massive reserves like some school boards had, but we need a reserve. And for the government to arbitrarily change the numbers, who knows, next year they might change it again. And so I think it's really important that we advocate through ASBA and public school boards that we can't be on a roller coaster as far as reserves go.
Absolutely.
Other questions or comments? Christina.
I just want to appreciate the clarification and just apologize if it sounded like that we had wasted them in any way. There is always a never-ending list of excellent investments in any school division, ready at any moment's notice to invest in with any amount of money available. And so certainly don't intend to suggest that it was wasted in any way. Just that reserves take time to build up, often with excellent intentions, and things like long-term evergreening that if we can't sit on those and wait for the right time to replace that specific thing, it moves down to the next list, which leaves that item potentially unfunded. So thank you.
I did
Absolutely.
not,
Yeah.
I didn't even take your comments that it was wasteful. You did not, to me, I didn't. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Absolutely.
Seeing no other questions or comments, if somebody would like to make the motion to approve the second quarter report. Jenny, if you wanted, the motion is up on the,
Oh, sorry.
we're gonna have that
There
up
we go.
and right. I can read it. So the board approves the 2023-2024 second quarter financial report as presented, and Jenny is looking to make that motion. Perfect. Excellent. So any further questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
Avis.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Avis.
And hopefully that funding form profile comes soon. Or that's what you'll be spending Easter working on. Excellent. So with that, we are now on the capital plan. 10.4.
Finally, the capital plan. All
This
excited.
is what we all came for.
This is all what we came for today. So I have my trusty expert in all things facilities, facility services director Daniel Heaton. As per usual, I did a video for the presentation, so we can roll it. It is approximately 20 minutes. I do apologize. Stand up, walk around while you watch it. You won't offend me if you're moving around. And then once we're done, you can ask questions, and I have my expert who can actually answer the questions with me. Okay.
Welcome to the presentation of Lethbridge School Division's three-year capital plan for the years 2024 to 2025 to 2026-2027. School divisions are required to submit a three-year capital plan by April 1st each year. The capital plan is reviewed by Alberta Education to assess the needs for new schools to address enrollment pressures, for modernization projects that will modernize learning environments for functionality and programming, improve building conditions, address enrollment pressures, and address health and safety concerns. School divisions are required to rank their projects by priority. Alberta Education then takes a look at those business plans and reviews them and determines which projects they're going to fund in the next provincial budget. Essentially, our capital plan makes the business case for the new schools and modernizations that Lethbridge School Division needs. So let's learn a little bit about our school facilities in Lethbridge School Division. Lethbridge School Division has 13 elementary, 4 middle, and 4 high schools that we look after. This does not include the 3 Christian school facilities that are owned and operated by their societies. If you take a look at this chart, you can see that 57% of our schools are over 50 years old. If you look at the chart to the right that shows the decade of school opening, you'll see in 1950 and 1960, it was a big decade for constructing schools in Lethbridge School Division. And after that, we saw little drips and drabs for each decade. And we currently, of course, have one that's in progress. So how do we know we need a new school? There are a number of drivers that make the case for whether a new school is needed in an area of a city or whether or not Alberta Education will fund that school for a school division. One of the most significant drivers for a new school is the pace of development within a city. The development influences enrollment growth in our city. Although there is development in all areas of Lethbridge, West Lethbridge has seen significant growth in the last several years. As the future land use map, as provided by the City of Lethbridge, illustrates, West Lethbridge has the most significant area of future growth into the future. One of the most significant drivers of enrollment growth is the pace of housing development within the city. We've uncovered some data related to housing starts between 2021 and 2022 that shows there were 816 new houses in Lethbridge in that time period. That's a 27.7% increase over 2021. What's interesting to note is there is 523 multifamily housings, or an increase of 222% of multifamily dwellings from the 2021 year. On the chart to the right is a pictorial of the 2021 Canada Census of new housing starts by elementary school boundary from the 2016 to 2021 period, which has been provided by Berger Demographics. If you look at the top left, the bright red area, that is the Mike Mountain Horse catchment, with over 822 new housing starts. There's no wonder this is why we have a new school being built in Gary Station. Next, you'll see the next highest area is in the Dr. Proby catchment area with almost 500. We have Dr. Plaxton as well as the Coalbanks area, around 400 new housing starts in that 2016 to 2021 period. When preparing our 3-year capital plan, Lethbridge School Division takes a look at the demographic data that is available to us. One of the pieces of information we use is City of Lethbridge population projections. You can see from this chart that from 2019 to 2023, our latest census, that the City of Lethbridge had average growth of 1.25% per year. From 2023 to 2030, it's projected that the City of Lethbridge will grow by 1.18% per year. Now turning to our student enrollment projections, we use software called Berger Demographics. Berger Demographics looks at latest census data, looks at birth rates, looks at migration and immigration trends, and projects our enrollment based on how many students that Lethbridge School Division enrolls in the City of Lethbridge. You can see from this chart that from 2022 to 2023, we had growth of 2.7%. In 2023 to 2024, we had a 2.6% increase in our enrollment. We're projecting a 1.7% increase for the next school year for 2024-2025, and then we have a very conservative number of just less than 1% per year growth. That growth that's provided by Berger Demographics really doesn't take into account the pace of our housing development as well as new housing starts, as that is considered local knowledge and that is not available to our software. But given that we think that the City of Lethbridge might grow by 1.18% per year, we feel that our enrollment numbers are fairly accurate, if not a bit on the conservative side for our estimates. The chart on this slide shows student enrollment by school type. It shows actual enrollments for 2022 and 2023 school years and shows projected enrollments for the 2024 through 2026 school years in our capital plan. As you can see from this chart, high schools will experience the greatest growth in that capital plan period of 8%, followed by middle schools at 6%, elementary schools at 3%. Our Christian schools will grow about 2% over the projection period, and we expect our Victoria Park High School and outreach programs to remain relatively flat. This infographic shows enrollment growth by city sector for 2022-23 actual enrollment and projections through the capital plan period from 2024 to 2026. It is projected that enrollment will grow by 8% from 2024 to 2026. Enrollment growth will be greatest in the south side of the city of Lethbridge at about 13%. The reason for the significant growth in enrollment at South Lethbridge is due in part to the number of students that are transported daily to South Lethbridge from West Lethbridge to attend high school due to growth and capacity pressures at the only high school in West Lethbridge, which is Chinook High School. West Lethbridge will be experiencing growth of over 6% and North Lethbridge of 4% in the enrollment projection period. I'd like to now provide some perspective on our recent new school builds and how long it took from the time they were requested in the capital plan to receive approval and then be opened. Starting with Coalbanks Elementary, it was first requested in the capital plan in 2006. It was approved in 2014 and it opened in August 2017. Senator Joyce Fairburn was first requested in 2008, was approved in 2015, and opened in August 2018. Dr. Robert Plaxton Elementary was also requested in 2008. It received planning funds in 2017 and then construction funding in 2018, and we opened in August of 2021. Our newest school, West Lethbridge Elementary School in Garry Station, was first requested in 2008 as well, received approval in 2021, and is scheduled for opening in September 2025. And so as you can see, there's quite a gap between the time we start requesting a new school to the time that it is actually approved in the capital plan. So if first you don't succeed, you try again. As mentioned previously, we have a new school under construction in West Lethbridge, and that is a new K-5 school in the community of Garry Station. That school will open in September 2025. Now that school doesn't have a name yet, but the process is underway for the Board of Trustees to select a name for the new school. Stay tuned. I'd now like to take the opportunity to tell you a little bit about how new construction projects and modernizations are funded through the province of Alberta. Once we submit our 3-year capital plan to the province of Alberta, they will review that plan, they will ask us questions, and then they will review that project in relation to other projects across the province and determine which projects have the highest priority for support in any budget year. And of course, that also is dependent on the funding. Last year, the province of Alberta implemented a 4-stage process to receive funding that gives school boards assurance that their projects will be funded. In 2021, the Galbraith modernization actually received pre-planning funds, and we started down the path to work on the modernization of Galbraith Elementary School. In budget 2023, last year, we received planning funding, putting us at stage 2 of the stage 4 process. And in February of this year, we received the announcement that Galbraith Modernization has now proceeded to step 3 for design funding. And that gives us the ability to start planning the schematic design, getting all the pre-tender documents ready so that we will be ready when we receive approval next year to go to full construction. I'd now like to take the opportunity to discuss the new school requests that are in our 3-year capital plan. The number 1 request is a new K-5 elementary school that would house 900 students in the south end of West Lethbridge. A new elementary school is needed to take any future growth in the south end of West Lethbridge that would be south of Coalbanks Elementary School and west of Dr. Proby School. We have growth and capacity concerns at both Coalbanks as well as Dr. Proby, with the schools each having 13 modular classrooms plus 2 more that are being added for Coalbanks Elementary School. With all the planned future growth, a new elementary school is needed in the south end of West Lethbridge, and this new capital request has been on the capital plan since 2008. Elementary schools in West Lethbridge are not the only schools that are experiencing growth and capacity concerns. Therefore, we are requesting a new grade 9 to 12 high school that will accommodate 1,500 students in West Lethbridge. Chinook High School is the only school in West Lethbridge and has a current capacity of 86% after the addition of 3 modular classrooms. We are also currently transporting a number of students from West Lethbridge over to the south side to Lethbridge Collegiate Institute because of the growth and capacity concerns that we are already experiencing. The map to the right is the West Lethbridge map of future growth, shows the areas in yellow that are developing, as well as the green areas, which are future growth areas. Those future growth areas could yield an estimated number of 1,200 additional high school students. Therefore, it is necessary to request an additional high school for West Lethbridge. In this year's capital plan, we have a new type of section that we've added to our plan called Beyond 2027. So these are requests that are beyond our 3-year capital plan that we know that we need to pay attention to and start considering. This is giving notice to Alberta Education that we have a need that is coming up in the near future. So beyond 2027, a new construction request would be for a new K-5 elementary school that's in North Lethbridge. We'd be looking around the Black Wolf community for that school. There is currently a school site there, and we know that as there is growth in North Lethbridge, we're going to see growth and capacity concerns start to develop at Park Meadows Elementary School. And so we believe a new school is due for North Lethbridge, particularly Park Meadows Elementary School was the last school built in North Lethbridge in 1980 and is currently 43 years old, and it also requires a modernization. So to recap our new construction requests in the capital plan through this infographic, we've requested a new West Lethbridge Elementary School for 900 students. That's number 1. Number 2, a West Lethbridge High School, 1,500 students. And for number 3 and beyond 2027, a new school in North Lethbridge. The estimated costs of our requests are approximately $121 million. So now I'd like to turn to the school modernization requests in our 3-year capital plan. There are 9 schools requested for modernization in the capital plan period and 5 more that we're requesting beyond 2027. When we look at modernizations, the drivers that we need to consider for modernization, number 1, health and safety, 2, building condition, 3, the ability to deliver programs, the utilization of the school, and the infrastructure performance. Our number 1 request for modernization is our oldest school at 112 years old, and that is Galbraith Elementary. Galbraith Elementary, as we've demonstrated earlier, is on the path for modernization and just received approval to go to design funding. That is step 3 of 4 of moving to full construction, and so we know that this school will be modernized in the future, and we're pretty excited about that. As this infographic illustrates, we have 14 schools that we are requesting modernizations for. That are 9 in the 3-year capital planning period, and there are 5 that we're bringing to the attention of Alberta Education that we will need beyond 2027. These modernizations include Galbraith Elementary, Mike Mountain Horse Elementary, Park Meadows Elementary, Nicholas Sharon Elementary, the Lethbridge Collegiate Institute, Dr. Gerald B. Proby, Victoria Park High School, Senator Buchanan Elementary, and Westminster Elementary. Beyond 2027, we're looking for an addition, Gilbert Patterson Middle School, Fleetwood Bodden Elementary modernization, Ecole Agnes Davidson modernization, Lakeview Elementary, and an addition at GS Lakey Middle School due to growth. Galbraith and LCI are considered major modernizations due to the nature and significant scope of the work. In fact, for Lethbridge Collegiate Institute, should we receive a new school in West Lethbridge and are able to move students back to West Lethbridge, we may even be more efficient and effective to do a replacement school rather than a modernization. Our other schools that are on the plan are considered minor modernization, as upgrades have been performed over the last few years through infrastructure maintenance renewal and capital maintenance renewal initiatives. I would now like to provide a little more detail about the modernizations that have been requested within the 3-year capital plan period. Our number one modernization is the modernization of Galbraith Elementary School. We anticipate this modernization will cost approximately $23 million. This school needs learning spaces re-envisioned and complete upgrades to all mechanical, electrical, and ventilation infrastructure. Mike Mountain Horse Elementary School currently has 21 modular classrooms, 10 of which are at the end of useful life and should be removed. With the opening of the new school in Gary Station that will capture some of the enrollment from Mike Mountain Horse, there is an opportunity to remove these classrooms and revision the learning space for the school. The school is also in need of mechanical and electrical upgrades due to its age. Skipping to number 5 on our list, the Lethbridge Collegiate Institute, that requires a major modernization due to the scope and size and configuration of the school. The school has had 3 additions in its lifetime, and it's in very good condition. However, it's a maze of buildings and learning spaces that currently do not meet the contemporary learning needs of our high school students. In the last 3 years, approximately $5 million has been spent at LCI to upgrade building infrastructure such as mechanical, electrical, and ventilation. The school really just needs re-envisioning learning spaces that work for our high school students, as well as a new gymnasium. The other schools on the list need upgrades to mechanical, electrical, and ventilation, except for Senator Buchanan Westminster that had mini modernizations and upgrades completed a few years ago. These schools, however, need elevators for accessibility, and there's a need for a new school gym. This chart shows that beyond 2027, we are requesting 5 modernizations or additions to some of the schools. Gilbert Patterson Middle School, as well as G.S. Lakey Middle School, will require modernizations and additions due to some of the growth that they're experiencing in the sectors of the city. This concludes our presentation on Lethbridge School Division's 3-year capital plan for the 2024-25 to 26-27 school years. If you'd like to learn more information, see details on demographics, enrollment projections, a little bit about all our schools, learn a little bit about growth and planning in Lethbridge School Division, as well as the details on our new capital requests, as well as our modernizations, please see our detailed 3-year capital plan that is on the division website.
So just wanted to say, apparently the live stream, the music was perfect. The video sound was perfect.
Okay.
So it was just in here. So I hope it was garbled. I apologize for that, but it was.
So we have a motion coming forward. Go ahead, Christine.
Move to extend the meeting beyond 6 p.m.
Okay. Discussion. Okay. Those in favor? Yeah. Extend the meeting after 6. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Christine.
So so there's the 3-year capital plan, and we'll entertain any questions. I know you might have some questions given we had a presentation about LCI. So yeah, I got my expert here.
Perfect. Jenny.
I appreciated the information that was brought to us in that presentation and wondered if you might be able to give us some insight in, like, if you have a response, if there's more for us to understand. Not necessarily a response to her, but is there more information that we need to consider as we consider the information we were brought today about LCI?
Well,
I can't say she's not wrong. The school needs a lot.
It
And-
needs
and-
a lot.
Yeah, and maybe Daniel can elaborate more.
She's not wrong. Everything she said is there.
Tyler has,
I just don't think we should have discussion about a public presentation, because that's not, we generally don't do that, so I don't think it's good.
Yep.
Good procedure for us to do that.
no, we can certainly
now.
ask
Certainly be a
questions
topic
though.
Later, and yeah, whatever. Questions is fine, but I don't think we should have any thing specifically related to that.
Yeah, ask a question. We can still, because LCI is on our capital plan, we can still ask questions, but it needs to be focused on what's in our capital plan and any information that you've received and any that will help guide any future decisions. Jenny?
I was trying to hear the audio as you were talking about the needs at Mike Mountain Horse and struggled to hear them clearly. Do you mind sharing with us? What I got was the concerns about classrooms, but I'm not sure quite what was said, as well as some electrical updates. Do you mind filling?
Actually, I'm going to have the expert tell you a little bit about Mike Mountain Horse, Nicholas Sharon, and the ones that are ahead of LCI, and just so that gives you some context. And you can talk about LCI as well from your perspective.
Okay, I can do that. The West Side Elementary schools all came online in our division relatively quick after each other. But they are now getting to a point where those systems in there, ventilation, electrical, so on and so forth, is now nearing its end of life. Those modernizations we are talking about is really that infrastructure kind of stuff. It is not overall more classrooms, less classrooms, so on and so forth. But the interesting thing about the West Side growing the way it did is that planning can happen. South and North Lethbridge happened sporadically over 100 years. The West Side's only been in existence since the 70s. We've been able to plan and stay ahead of the curves because we could see it grow. We could ask the developers where they were going, so on and so forth. So those buildings were built at a time when needed, so on and so forth. Our South and North schools now are facing some of those as well because we have further development, recent development to the north and more recent development to the south. So those buildings are now coming into critical stages, some of them, and a lot of them have some, let's call it enrollment stretches in them. We are working on a plan that starts addressing all of that and starting to prioritize. But as I was talking earlier to some of you, all the stuff really interlinks. If we do this, then we need to do that. I'd love to be working on LCI, but it's packed full in some places and other places not. But we have 400 students from the West Side over in LCI. Would be lovely to get them back over to the West Side, to their home community, so on and so forth. And that would give us an opportunity to get back into LCI and start doing some of the minor things that we've done over the last 6, 7, 8 years, such as boiler replacements, heat pump replacements, electrical upgrades. And those are all bits and pieces of the $5 million that nobody sees. And I agree that it's all hidden and whatnot, but it's absolutely necessary. You got to stay warm. You got to have ventilation, so on and so forth. Some of the other buildings we have, which are on our modernization list, don't have ventilation. Case in point is Victoria Park right next to us. We've embarked on that now. It's going to be our own money, IMR, CMR money, spent on it over about 5 or 6 years, because we don't have a grant for that. So we're chipping away at that as we go. It has accessibility needs, ventilation, electrical, so on and so forth. We will work on all these, get it all together, and make, again, proposals to you for consideration from there forward. Yes, Allison.
I have a question. So you speak about the high school issues and challenges and the 400 kids that are at LCI from the west side, that's only going to grow. In the numbers that we were presented, it was the growth of the west side will be 1,200 high school students on the west side. Additional, I see that under growth and facility utilization, you spoke about the high school experiencing the largest growth in our community. And then I see that our first plan for new construction after our current one that's being built is elementary school for the west side. And knowing that what you also presented was that it is basically 10 plus years for us to get something before we're looking at a build. That's a long time for now that those kids are in this high school. So I'm just curious if you can provide us with some information of why the elementary school is bumped ahead of when we have such great high school needs. And we're looking really at least 10 years from now before we'll see a new high, not even if we're looking at putting the elementary first and then a high school second.
If I could put them at both at number one, they'd be both number one, Allison. They're both needed because we're going to, just like, you know, we're wrestling right now with the boundary changes with West Lethbridge Elementary. It's still going to, the elementary in West Lethbridge, is because that's where our growth is still going to grow significantly. So it's literally a tie for 1 and 2. You know, it's easier to move kids across the river with the high school. That's why high school's number 2, right? So it's a toss up. I mean, you can interchange them. You put one, like I said, same with some of the modernizations. They're all critical, all needed. Frankly, they're all number 1 if you ask me, because we've got a lot of needs.
Yeah.
But we're looking at least 10 years plus for a high school solution for a build.
It could be. Yeah. Yeah. It depends how fast we get approved. You know, unfortunately, we're not Calgary and Edmonton. Calgary and Edmonton have greater growth pressures than the outside, down south and way up north. And so it's harder for us to get new projects. And yeah, you see the time it takes for us. So frankly, if you're number 1 or you're number 7, unless you're on the path to funding, it doesn't matter at this point. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it, but it's very, because it's difficult.
But just also to add to that conversation, we're doing a specific study on the west side, which we have engaged a consultant who is consulting with the developers to see where they're going. And we're very close to having answers from that. So Christine speaks of number 1 and number 2, high school, elementary school and whatnot. We may see where that actually lands now. And you're absolutely right. They are like this right now.
I have Jenny and then Andrea.
I've got a couple of questions. Looking at the capacity, because that factors into these decisions, right? So looking at the capacity of, we look at the core capacity as well as the utilization capacity. So when I look at the one for LCI, we have that, sorry, let me look for it here, that we're at 67% for core and 67% for utilization. So is one of those inaccurate with our gym? If we have a gym that has a fire code of 900 and we have over 1,400 students.
Okay, I'll let you answer that.
Okay. The problem with LCI is that you have 2 gymnasiums. If you took the small gym and the big gym and put them together, it would be way better. But that decision was made in the 70s. So when you take a look at the capital planning manual that gets changed every year, LCI, based on 1,400 students right now, is pretty close to the square meterage that they need overall for gymnasium. They don't, gymnasium and physical education. They don't break it down as to a gym for this school has to be this big. It's up to the division to decide how we use that square meterage. Because of the complexity of all the additions on LCI, you start looking at where all the dressing rooms are, the weight rooms, all this, it's all chopped up. So that overall square meterage, when you do the raw accounting process, comes out to say this number. But in reality, trying to use that same space is impossible. Yep. Overcapacity in some. We heard the presentation about welding and auto body and all that. Absolutely. We could use more of those spaces. Those specialty rooms in high schools are critical.
Andrea?
Thank you for presenting all the modernization projects out so well to see them. Do some ever move up the ladder based on new information? And is it all or none? Like, could something smaller happen there, like some ramping, rather than waiting that long? Like some ramping for particularly the one student who's going outside.
Yeah, it's not,
somewhere.
oh, for sure. It's not all or none, for sure. It's a case of how much money we have, and for IMR, like in CMR. So all the CMR right now is going to Vic Park, and some of the IMR because our CMR was cut. Right. So I'm hoping that comes back. I'm waiting again for my funding profile. And we only get like 1.5 million a year in IMR. And we have a lot of needs across the division that we need to spend. And there's some big ticket items that need to be taken care of. So not saying we can't do ramps, for sure. We can put that in a list for priorities. But those things also are not cheap, right? We redid the elevator they talk about with the fob, and I'm sure that you might probably know the reason for the fob, Daniel, which you can address. We spent, was it $500,000 just a few years ago on that elevator? Yeah, there. So we just redid that elevator because the old one was gone, and so we spent a lot of money at LCI, and we know there's lots more to do. Like I said, we've heard the issues and we know them. They're big ticket issues, but we also have those same issues. We do have no accessibility at Buchanan and Westminster. We have, again, we have problems everywhere, and that's, like I said, it doesn't matter. LCI actually wasn't even on a radar till a couple years ago.
Yeah.
We put it on the capital plan.
Yeah.
So things come on the capital, and yes, the priorities change. We can move the price. Again, the priorities, we can move the priorities. Schools kind of count on where they are on our list, just, they watch the list. But yeah, we can certainly move the priorities around.
Tyler?
My question was going to be kind of along the lines of Allison, actually, in regard to, I guess here's my first question, then I'll continue after that. But when are we expecting the West Side study to be done?
It's supposed to be this week.
Oh, quick. Okay.
Draft is done. We'll review it.
But we're not expecting it a year from now. It's reasonably soon where we can have a look at it and then reassess. Because I think maybe the facilities committee, I think, does need to revisit the high school priority versus the elementary on the west side, which I realize there's nothing but little kids in the west side, but we are getting a brand new school there with a large core capacity. So we did a good job in getting something there that will I think that will help us for quite some time. Because LCI, if you look at the costing of it that goes there, the real issue LCI has is you're going to spend as much on that one school as you're going to modernize 4 other schools. And when it comes to Alberta infrastructure, that's a problem.
That is a problem.
That's a big problem. So I almost feel like we might have a better chance with a new West Side High School with the pressures of that. And like you say, it takes so long to get it going anyway. By the time, if we really push on that, we might be able to solve 2 at once. So if we can get something good in the west side and get the west side kids back there, then we've got room in LCI to do some things and whatever else. But I do think there are a couple IMR, CMR type things. I know the gym has been a problem there with certain things. So I certainly will have to address some of the smaller issues, I think, in the next little while, either way. But I think the problem with high schools, even the new build on a high school, is so much money. Right? It's it's easier, it's a lot easier for Alberta infrastructure to say, hey, I'm building 3 new elementary schools than it is to say, I'm building a new high school.
Absolutely.
You get a lot more points in the press with that. So that's a problem we're gonna face, but just something on that. So I think as at facilities, once that report comes out, I think that's something the facilities committee can look at and then report back to the board and have discussions and see where things fall and then the reasons for it.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tyler.
Craig?
Yeah, part of the problem is because of long-term planning. For instance, LCI can keep growing, but as soon as you put another high school in, then LCI drops. And therein lies between a rock and a hard spot. What size of school do you build? Or what size do you modernize it to? My other concern is if we've got that many potential elementary students, we haven't said anything about our middle schools other than Gilbert Patterson, but it would seem to me that we've already added modulars to Senator Joyce, and we've got modulars at GS Lakey. If we have that many more elementary students coming, where is the priority? How do we accommodate them in a middle school without building a new middle school? And I guess that would be a question because we're projecting 1,200 in a new high school, but they've got to go to middle school first. So maybe some thoughts on that.
Okay, I'll answer that one. When we built Senator Joyce Fairburn, it was designed to accommodate modulars plugging into it so that students in the modulars don't walk to the washrooms any further than anybody else. They can get to the gymnasium, so on and so forth. All those components are designed into it. Also, when we built Joyce Fairburn, the modulars being designed, we pulled 7 modulars off of GS Lakey over to Senator Joyce Fairburn to balance the 2 out as far as populations. So we can put more modulars back on GS Lakey. However, there's some other infrastructure things there. That school was built 30 years ago, 20 some years ago. We'd have to rationalize what the new capital plan looks like with what is there and what also would happen there. So good news on some things and some other things we have to look like. But the west side, again, because we've had the ability to plan it, we have those cards in our back pocket to play when we need to. Again, it is a money capital thing.
Yeah. So I guess a follow-up would be the core capacity for Senator Joyce Fairburn is bigger than what?
Correct.
And the same with GS Lakey? No. So Senator Joyce Fairburn is in a better situation than GS Lakey. Okay.
Also,
And just to follow up on the bit with the modular classrooms. Shoot, I think I just lost my train of thought. Oh, with Lakey, you saw in 2027, beyond 2027, Lakey I have on there as an addition, modernization, for that very reason that we were talking about, that modulars may not be the answer at Lakey, but rather a better solution.
Core stuff. Modulars only solve part of the problem.
Jenny?
Just in thinking about our planning for our high schools, it's demonstrated so well in our capital plan, the growth and the anticipated growth and even the unanticipated growth that we have seen. Like it's exceeded projections for several years now on the west side. The west side is growing so rapidly. And so over there, we have our high school over there. Chinook is at 97% utilization for their core area. And utilization, their total area is 93%. But our Winston High School is at 93% for both. And so until we get this new high school, the only school left with space continues to be LCI because they're sitting at 67%. And so do we continue, like if we already have 4 classes taking gym class at once, so for the next 10 or so years, are we continuing to send them to LCI and can we offer them proper space for programming that allows for the education requirements of those students? I appreciate Tyler's comments about needing to reconsider our high school planning or prioritizing with that lens of looking at the high school plan. I know there's problems everywhere. There really is. Always, it's always difficult, but I think we see some pressures for sure for our high schools and need to think about what that will mean for LCI, because all I can see is that's where we can keep putting students as kind of our only option, right?
For me, I certainly have some questions in regards to LCI. I've heard from a number of parents and staff when we look at the gymnasium and the modernization and the IMR funding, and we look at timelines, the gymnasium floor, which we need to be able to provide the physical activity piece for our students, becomes a learning requirement. And when we look at timelines, my understanding is that it may have one more shave down of the gymnasium floor, but we're not, when we have them at number 5 on the modernization list, they're not going to be anywhere near having a new gym floor. So what are we doing as a division to ensure that our students have access to a gym past 4 or 5 years? What is our plan for that? What does that look like?
Well, when we only get $1.5 million in IMR a year to spread across 21 schools, because trust me, they all have needs and they all have emergent needs. That's a problem. So new gym is $1 million roughly, give or take. Yeah.
My thumbnail, just understanding what has to go where, including the office and whatnot. We're looking between 10 and 12 million dollars for that proposal, just for that gym over there at LCI.
Yeah.
The gym floor. The gym floor is
Just
about $1
the
million.
gym floor?
Yes.
It's probably $500,000.
When we're looking at the learning needs of our students, right? That's where my concern is, and knowing where we at with ever getting to that, and are we going to be at a point where we're going to have to say there's no gym for those students? Jenny, and then I'll come back. I have some more. I think I saw another hand, Craig. Okay.
Sorry, the question about the gym, you're speaking to the $500,000 is to refinish the gym floor, correct?
Correct.
What about right sizing the gym?
That's the $12 million number.
Is that also, did you say that's also moving the office?
Perhaps, based on my, again, initial designs, it should go where the perceived front entrance is. So to build the gymnasium there would make sense, also to bring the office down there. Then the question is always begged, what happens to the old gym? And then it starts creeping in. What do we do with that?
So, but the right sizing of the gym and office is roughly 12 million.
Roughly.
Okay, thank you.
Because there's an awful lot of work that goes with that. That is not the square footage of the gym. It's all the land around it, excavating, parking lot, so on and so forth. Services.
Craig, are you wanting to wait, or you're good?
Well, if someone still has questions about LCI, I'll wait because my questions is.
Okay, Christine, and then myself, and then we'll come back to Craig.
I just have a question about general accessibility. Do you have an inventory of the needs of accessibility for all the schools across the division? So I know parking on the street is the city responsibility. So is there inventory on that, on where we need to advocate for better accessibility to schools there? State of washrooms. I know when my daughter was in a wheelchair, those things stood out to me, and that's a piece of dignity for a student, right? And so I know Christine, you mentioned Westminster has accessibility needs. So would that be elevator? Would that be washroom? So can you give me give us a division-wide picture of what that would look like?
Okay.
Please.
There's problems in every building we have. Specifically, the stat that half our buildings are over 50 years old, that is true. The two that are most critical are Westminster and Buchanan. They're two-story schools with no elevator. Again, we'd love to build that elevator. Things go along with that. LCI being a conglomerate of things, it is trouble to get in there and do things and make it completely accessible. Again, we heard things about trying to find the office, so on and so forth. Again, and also the security question. All the doors on the high schools are freely accessible, so any door. So to have eyes on every door is next to impossible, was said. We are chipping away at accessibility as we go through. We're just finishing one up in Gilbert Patterson. We'll keep doing that with our IMR money. But again, 1.5 million a year divided by 25 buildings, or let's take out the newer ones, 21 buildings, does not get us very far. When a renovation for a washroom costs us $200,000, $300,000. Because the moment we go in there, then the plumbing needs to be changed, so on and so forth. There's no ventilation in some of them, or does not meet the current standard, which means now a ventilation unit is required.
So I'll go back in regards to the gymnasiums. When we look at our joint use agreements, and I know that we have a question right now about the in regards to Galbraith and are moving forward with that. But when we look at joint use agreement and gymnasiums and any of the maintenance, is that ever anything that the city works together with us on to do anything with gymnasiums?
No, they don't maintain our gymnasiums. That's our responsibility.
Okay, sounds good. And then my question around accessibility, when, and maybe it's not a question, I don't know. I'll make a statement first, is that I struggle when I'm hearing from parents that are checking out a high school that other siblings in the family attend. I was like, when Chelsea was talking, and she's not like, I'd met her today for the first time, but another parent in our community, and when a family cannot bring their child to a school because it's not accessible, we're not doing what we need to do. We need to do something different, and whether that's us advocating as a board so that our schools are accessible. Our largest high school, when we're looking at 1,400 students this year, 1,600 students next year, it's capacity for 2,000 students. And we're saying if you're in a wheelchair, we're not providing you with the accessibility to be able to come here and learn. We're not doing what we need to be doing to service our students in our division. And that makes me extremely sad, upset, angry. It's not okay. Our students should be able to attend the schools that they're assigned to go to and learn. And that means being able to have an accessible bathroom while they're in school every day. This is our largest high school, and it's not accessible. And we're telling students they can't come. These families are coming to check out our schools and can't bring their students here. I'm not okay with that. And I'm not okay that we're not addressing that as an issue. And if it's an issue in other schools, I'm fine to hear those stories as well. I'm not saying that LCI is the only school that this is an issue, but this is what's been brought forward to me, and I'm not okay with it. So it is a statement, not a question. So, okay. Jenny.
Can I just clarify? You asked about shared usage with the city, and I know that we are doing a modernization with Galbraith, and um, was in a meeting with the joint city committee, and that was discussed. My understanding was that the city will be contributing to that gym in a
That's not
significant.
confirmed.
Oh, okay. So, but the potential to approach them is there.
It is, yep.
So there, we do approach this, we have approached the
Yeah, we
city.
have, yeah, this is not confirmed yet.
Okay, so we can approach the city if we are to look at another gym modernization at LCI or another school is a potential.
That we would have to, if we got a modernization, that we could potentially ask them for an upsize. But the likelihood of that is probably small because they don't get, the city doesn't get big access to our high schools for joint use. It's very limited, whereas an elementary school, they get a lot of community use out of those schools. So I don't even, I would probably, the chances are like this much.
That's good to know. Can I ask another question, or is there another hand?
Go ahead, Jenny, and then Craig.
So if you can just help me understand more fully the way, so we submit this capital plan, and you kind of alluded a little bit to everything needs to be done. It almost doesn't matter, you know, or you need it all. I know it does. So really what I'm trying to understand is, because when we submit, we're saying these are the new builds. These are our priority 1, 2, and 3 in new builds. And then we say these are our priority 1 through however many in our modernizations. And so when we submit this and we have 2 number ones, one is a new build and one is a modernization, how are those both weighed out?
We actually, they're ranked by, we got new builds and we got modernizations, and then we've prioritized them in the line. So you'll see number 1 is Galbraith is a modernizations. That's number 2. Number 2 is the new school, elementary school. And then we have number 3 and 4 are modernizations, I believe. And then I have to look. Number 5 would be the new high school. So they go down in that order. But yeah, and like I said, we can move the priorities around. If you want the new high school as number 2 instead of the new elementary school, we can move that. We can put it in this plan for sure. It's your capital plan, and if you want to change the priority, we can certainly do that.
Craig.
Well, I agree on the statement of accessibility. I wonder if we shouldn't be advocating with our UCP MLA more. He seems to want to help, and we need to really push the accessibility thing. And I think, again, advocacy at ASBA and public school boards, because I think we're not the only school district that has accessibility problems. But my couple of my questions are, you mentioned that down the road we want a new elementary school on the north side. I can't remember the exact timing of it.
It was just a beyond 2027. So looking out long term, we know there's growth happening up in North Lethbridge. We're going to start seeing pressures. So again, it's quite a ways out. It's not in our capital plan. It's just talking. It's not in the capital plan period, but it's going out farther.
But on that, is there sort of a domino effect that if you build, if you, and Black Wolf's one of the few areas that's growing, and then if all of a sudden we need a elementary school there, then that would also indicate that we would need to upgrade Wilson and Winston Churchill. So it's kind of like a multiplier effect. And on Gilbert Patterson, they're already almost at capacity. Is that right?
No, they're getting up there, they're over 85.
But because of the configuration of the school.
Yeah, it's a tight school. It's they're feeling the congestion for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do they still have 2 gyms there too?
Yes.
Okay. My kids went there when they had 2 gyms. So those are my questions, but it's sort of like one new build almost leads to a domino effect with other things.
Put it frankly, every school needs something, and all their needs are important.
Right.
I mean, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah. And I certainly agree with that.
Jenny.
I appreciate all the information being shared. Christine, if we were to want to entertain the idea of reconsidering the order of our priorities, what would that process look like, considering we need to submit a capital?
You just, if you want to change, if you guys want to put forth a motion to change the priorities in this capital plan and reorder them, that's what, how I will resubmit I will submit the plan and submitted it because it's due April 1st, by the way, just so you know. I will work on it tomorrow and realign everything and submit her in the order you want. So Galbraith has to stay number one, just you can't change that, just so you know, because even though we're on the path of funding, if we suddenly said it wasn't there or took it off, we might lose focus. You know, but if you want to, want to move around, the order, that's entirely up to you. If you want to put a high school over a new high school above a new elementary school, that's okay. Because like I said, they're neck and neck pretty much. So,
Christina and then Craig.
Just in terms of like how the capital plan gets built, for I guess for like my awareness, also public awareness. So that's developed obviously. These conversations that we have every year because this is a submission annually, correct? And so I think I just want to sort of put that to the public that this is not, even though it says multiple years, this is not the only time we submit for these, that this is an annual submission. So if schools feel like they're too low on a list, because we're talking about a school that's like neck for the beginning, but there's also many schools who have very significant needs that are very low on the list, or schools don't see themselves on a list at all, that those get revisited annually based on many factors, including public input from that we convey from the board, that you guys hear because you also are liaisons with different schools, obviously from our subject matter experts who provide us a lot of guidance, which I think should be noted is really remarkable that we have subject matter expertise on school development in our vision, which is not always common, as well as collaborating with all the admin, for example, for all the different needs. So what is the role of, I guess, is there anything else that I missed that would go into calculating your calculation as it is now?
Yeah, well, Daniel and I sit down every year and we talk about the list, about the needs, because Daniel's in the buildings every day. We talk about the needs. We look at, I look at when we talk about new school builds, we're looking at demographics. We're partially informed by the West Side study that isn't, because Daniel's been working hand in hand on that. But it's not done yet. And so it's until we actually, again, it might inform next year's plan a little more differently with new school builds, that sort of thing. We look at that. Then we take it to facilities. So this was reviewed with facilities committee. And there was no changes at facilities committee when we brought it to facilities committee. So that's the process. Daniel and I look at it, we prepare it, and it goes to facilities committee, and then it comes to the board.
That is the beauty of the capital plan. Each year we look at it, and if something's changed, we can respond to it.
Craig and then Jenny. Oh, sorry, go. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a couple little those questions. And so thank you for the information about how it gets to this point, because I think that's just not super common knowledge. I know that sometimes people have feedback about their school building and want to know how they can provide input. And I think many people are using the right methods by talking to their school, like talking to their admin, talking to their liaisons, talking to people on the facilities committee, bringing it up to the board, which is one ingredient to the whole recipe of the capital plan. And then in terms of funding for the capital plan, because I think some of the challenges we're all experiencing is that we all desire, state-of-the-art schools for every student. We've mentioned a couple times the IMR funding. We talk about, getting approved for different stages of construction of new schools. I think one thing that many people in the public may not be aware is that schools are always ineligible for every other grant for things like capital and construction. So for example, as a person who works in a nonprofit, I often apply for grants to try to upgrade the buildings I'm in, increase accessibility, for example. I'm trying to work on a ramp right now as well. And I was able to apply for a federal grant to do that. Every grant I read, right, because I'm always like, oh, maybe. Every single time I apply for, it always says, except for schools and publicly funded buildings, right? So just as a piece there, because I know that often comes up at our board of like, we know funding is restricted and we don't want that to be, for lack of a better word, a cop out for doing work that we all really want, from school level to the board. To say that there's like additional funding constraints other than just the money that we get or don't get from the province, that it's nearly impossible to get external capital dollars, because as a publicly funded building, we become ineligible for almost everything, right? And so that's just it's public information that I think is important, to make sure it doesn't feel like there's not a desire to improve accessibility or ventilation or these things that are important for learning, or making sure that all students in our division have equal access to learning opportunities. That it's trying to get creative with not just the building, but then how do we provide services that meet those needs, maybe in a different way while we're waiting for capital, right? Like if it's going to be 10 years for something, I think where we start to have from all the other different departments around how do we meet those different learning needs in different ways. So again, so thank you for clarifying the process. And if there's anything else on funding that would be helpful for the public to know, I would be open.
Craig and then Jenny.
2 quick questions. When do we have to submit this to the government?
I have to submit by Thursday
Oh, so
because it's due April 1st. So I have to
Okay.
submit before Easter. Yeah.
I was going to say it'd be nice to be able to wait for the research.
Yeah. No.
But once we get the research, according to both of you, then we would look at it over a year's period. It might change the
Yeah, it'll inform next year's capital plan. We might change a few things up. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And that's the duty of the facilities committee, review that. So that takes time too.
Jenny and then Tyler.
I just wanted to point out that thank you for going through the process. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into the development of this. And so as we consider all of the information, it's important to consider the information that was originally put there as well. And Mike Mountain Horse is named as a priority. And to remember, one of the reasons it was named as a priority, their core facility utilization is at 169%. And so when we make decisions, they're not easy decisions. And we have to remember that decisions are made for a reason and try to understand those. In trying to understand how we can continue to meet the needs of our high school students, do we have any further capacity for modulars at Chinook or at any of our high schools? Is that something we consider for for these pressures we're feeling?
Chinook has capacity for modulars. There's an area there in which we just put 3 on it just last year, and that they're in use. Again, that's great for classroom space, but the choir space needs to get bigger as the band space needs to get bigger. The wood shop, all those art room, all those things go with that bigger. So just adding classrooms does not solve the problem. You mentioned Mike Mountain Horse. There's 21 modulars off the back of that school. It's nearly twice as many classrooms out there as in the core of the building. So that's where that core utilization factor comes way up on that building. And that influenced our planning and design request for Gary Station, to tell you the truth. That's why it is as big as it is, so that we don't run into these situations. Proby is the same model of building. It has 13 off the back of it.
Is that how we get with, like, when I look at Mike Mountain Horse specifically, our utilization is 77%, but our core is 169. So that's a product of that many modulars.
Precisely. One's a pure mathematical square footage. Here it is. The other one looks at the things that are inside
Right,
of
the
it.
shared spaces. Okay.
Tyler?
I was just going to say in regard to changing the 3-year plan, I have no desire to do that whatsoever. I also sit on facilities committee. And yeah, a lot of thought goes into this and where things are and everything else. First of all, us changing the order of anything on here means nothing. The only one you change you might have an issue with is Galbraith. And that's the one you don't want to change, and because it would be a bad thing. So regardless of whether a new high school was 2nd now or 5th, honestly, it doesn't even matter because there's nothing happening in the next year. So I would suggest that we definitely wait for the West Side study to come out, see the information that's in there, let our experts review it. They talk to Alberta Infrastructure, they do all the things, they know all the stuff. They know what's going on in every building. There's also discussions with our director of facilities, with Chris, that as to what kind of condition different buildings are in and whatnot. So I don't think there's any reason for us to hold up this plan. I think it's good. I think it's totally fine. And as this other study comes out and facilities committee will meet, come back, report to the board. And I think that that's good where we're at for now.
Craig?
I'd like to call the question or the motion.
There isn't a motion. Yep. Okay. Nobody's made a motion yet, no. If you wish to. Yep. Okay, Christine? Craig?
I move that the board accept the 2025 to 2027 capital plan as presented.
Jenny?
I appreciate the sentiment, Tyler, that you shared. For myself, I understand that we have accessibility issues in other schools as well, but considering that LCI is home to such a large population of our students, and we only have 3 high schools and quite limited options in those schools, I would prefer to have conversation around reordering the projects.
With the
My vote will reflect that.
Okay, and I can speak because I'm also going to speak against the motion as it's presented. I believe that when I receive information, the information I've received is that we have a high school issue. For me to vote and not reflect what the information is that we've received, I strongly feel that we need to, at bare minimum, swap the West Elementary with the West High School. And I know that you have said that it won't make a difference anyway, but yep. But I think that for me, I need to reflect what we've heard. And what we've heard is that we have a high school issue. It's the largest, we'll experience the largest growth at high school. It's the fastest growing. That's our issue and our concern. And for us not to reflect that in our plan is not reflective of what we've heard or learned. So I would make a first amendment to that plan, which would be to swap the 1 and 2 on the new builds. Jenny?
We're approving what we have in our agenda is the executive summary, but what we're approving is the full capital plan. And in the full capital plan, it's summarized into one table for modernization and new builds. And so I would suggest that maybe we should look at that before in considering amendments, that because in this is where we have named as our priorities. Number 1, Galbraith. Number 2, we have a West Lethbridge Elementary School new build. Number 3, we have Mike Mountain Horse. 4, West Lethbridge High School new build. Park Meadows, Nicholas Sharon, and then LCI. And so on and so forth. So it's on page 43 of the full capital plan.
Page 43?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one that orders everything.
Are you able to pull that up on the screen? So my first amendment I would like to make is to move number 4 to number 2. So discussion on that. Christina?
Okay. I'm not one to vote against new information or accessibility by any means. I struggle with incorporating this data now without more information. Given the need I also hear in many other schools that may not have the capacity or knowledge or ability to present that information in the way that we are now considering other information. That was kind of vague. Having seen the process to develop this capital plan, the capital plans we've approved in the past, and the capital plan I expect to approve next year, I believe that process has incorporated the information needed for me to approve the capital plan as is this year. And I would encourage us as a division to figure out how we encourage and integrate information from school communities directly as part of that process. I'm the liaison for LCI as an example. And so I have been hearing this all year as well. And so have also been considering, but I'm also for Westminster. And as a very small school community with many children with disabilities, I know that we're not going to see that same self-advocacy because it's just not within the capacity of many families, right? And the ability to self-advocate, to me, isn't the largest factor in making a decision like this. And so while I'm certainly strongly considering all this information and have all year and do hope to continue to see that like part grow in all of our processes around how do we've made, I think, many decisions based on incorporating more community feedback. This is not a process I'm willing to change based on that feedback alone. So.
And I'll just provide some clarification that my suggestion is not based at all on a presentation that came forward today. And my statements that I read are strictly from the presentation of our Secretary Treasurer and the presentation that she provided, that she's clearly stated that the high school will experience the largest growth, as well as the issue and concern of over 1,200 additional high school students on West Lethbridge. And my bringing this forward has nothing to do with whether somebody came and presented today or not. And that is strictly the information that was presented by our expert in the room. I guess you're an expert in our room as well on facilities. But that is where my recommended change is coming from, is that from the information that I heard from these professionals that sit here, is that high school is our largest concern in our division. And that is why I'm requesting the amendment. Jenny and then Tyler. Tyler.
Well, I most likely in principle agree with you. I just don't see changing the plan now, because as much as these experts provided us with these figures, these experts also currently say this is the order in which things should be. Again, Okay, again, I believe that for me, I just want to see the results of the West Side study to see what they say about what's going on with high school over, what they're saying going on with buildings, all those things. And I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, but I'm definitely leaning towards, certainly, like if everything was the way it is today, I'm certainly leaning towards where you are, but I'm not. I'm basically, for all the reasons Christina said, because she's so much more eloquent than I am, that for those same reasons, I'm good with the way things are now, but I have no problem over the course of the next year changing the order of any of these.
Craig.
I would agree with Christina and Tyler. Our facilities committee, which is made up of trustees and professionals, and have made a decision, and I don't see changing it at this moment. And even if the report was given to us tomorrow, it still takes time to analyze it, and we can change it from year to year, and that's the beauty of this. And if we find over the next year that the facilities committee, and they're doing their job, says that we need to move these two schools or this school up and that, I'm fine with it. I mean, I agree with everything that's been said, but we have a motion, and I just don't want to change it because they've done their work and this is what they've asked us to do.
Okay. Any other comments on the amendment? Andrea and then Christine.
The feel I get from Daniel and Christine is that they're amiable to change that. Like they seem to be looking to think that it is a doable thing to change, and if it could take some of the heat off of LCI. And so I mean, I would support the amendment. And then I just wonder going forward if we could concentrate on the schools that are not accessible. Like that just seems like a human right that needs to be addressed in the three of them.
Thanks, Andrea. Christine and then Jenny.
So with the capital plan, we could, I mean, yeah, it's pretty like we're pretty tied, right, with the two new capital builds. But we can, if we submit it like this, when we get the West Side study and we do a thorough look at it, if we determine from after looking at the West Side study that the high school should be moved up, I can send an amendment into Alberta Education up until about November, or probably September. And they start doing the review of the recommendations for capital projects. I can certainly send an amendment and have a conversation with our contacts. That's not an issue. So we can certainly wait. Or again, you can, like I said, Daniel, we're pretty tied with it, right? Would you say we're tied? Yeah, and the high school is the reason it's not number 2, because this is the first year we've put that on the radar. And so that's why it didn't hit number 2, but they're pretty much tied. So
yeah, they're pretty much tied. Again, the preliminary numbers from our study are starting to influence our thinking, which was new information to us up to about 3 or 4 months ago. So like we change every year what has to go, what can happen. And if, the magic wand comes and we get $120 million, woohoo, we'll solve all these problems. So
thank you. We'll take last comment on the amendment and then we'll move to vote on the amendment.
I just wanted to note, I actually am the chair of the facilities committee and have great respect and appreciation for the other members, Christine, Daniel, Chris, Tyler, others who sit on that committee with me, and have really appreciated seeing the processes and had great opportunity to learn about the processes and the extensive work that goes into the things we talk about at those meetings. And that being said, I want to note it is not unreasonable or disrespectful in my mind for us to then be having further conversation from that, because at our last meeting we had the executive summary and we went through it and we appreciated it, and since then have had opportunity to read the full capital plan and understand things more fully. And with further understanding, it's not unreasonable sometimes to have further conversation and reconsider decisions that have previously been supported. And so for myself, I would support your amendment. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so with that, the motion is to amend the, this is an amendment to the motion. So it's an amendment. I'm making the amendment to change, put number 4 to number 2 on the capital plan. And those in favor of the amendment? And those opposed? And that amendment is defeated. So we go back to the original motion. Sorry. So Andrea, Jenny, and myself were in favor, and it was defeated. Jenny?
Considering that that amendment failed, I'm not anticipating there would be a lot of support, but I would like to ask if there is interest in the room to consider an amendment to move the placement of LCI's modernization from 7th on our list to a higher priority.
I would support that, but I also hear the room as well. So I would look for others. And Andrew was. I don't think we have support in the room. Yep. It's not looking like appetite for that. So we will leave that then. Okay. So we do have the original motion on the floor for it to be as presented. If I can just do a minor edit. If we look at what's on the screen on the left-hand side, it says 23-24, if that can be amended. So that's in our lengthy report plan. So if that will be, that's an edit, not a amendment. So perfect. So we will be on the original motion that Craig made to approve the capital plan as presented. Any further comments or questions? Jenny, you're good? Okay, no further questions or comments? Those in favor? And those opposed? Okay, let's do that again. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that's carried. So you have a capital plan to go forward with. Thank you. We are at really late, 7 o'clock. We're going to move on to Division Heights. So I need somebody else's mic. You, Daniel. Perfect. This one's blinking. This is telling us that we need to be done soon. So I will ask that you please keep your division highlights to highlights. So it's not going to be a rundown of every meeting or event that you attend. So we'll start, just go around the room again, starting with Craig. Go ahead.
Attended the 4A zone provincials and the 2A zone, 1A, 2A zone provincials, I mean zones.
You, Tyler, Jenny, anything quick for your? Perfect. Christine.
I was able to attend Ice Showcase at Chinook. So cheers to all the students who had booths there, and Andrew and Christina for hosting. You did a fantastic job, and Christine and Garrett for all the behind the scenes work that you did. It's just really great to be a division that celebrates success and celebrates creativity and gives students opportunity to shine. I'm being lengthy on one, sorry. And I was able to also attend the Science and Heritage Fair at Nicole Agnes Davidson, and it was really fantastic hearing my Div 1 students talk about their science projects.
Thanks, Christine. For me, Spirit 51 was absolutely amazing. And one of the coolest conversations was talking with the Learning Commons facilitator at Mike Mountain Horse, and she talked all about, she has a whole Tim Hortons thing set up in their Learning Commons, and it, like, she showed me pictures, it was absolutely amazing, and the students are totally loving it. And then my other quick one was, I love, again, having conversations, so being able to attend the ATA teacher induction provided by local, and being able to have the conversations with new teachers in our division is absolutely amazing. So I will pass it on to Andrea. Nice and quick, Andrea.
So happy to attend the Spirit of 51 celebration for our amazing support staff and to hear the many ways they go above and beyond. Special thank you to Carrie Fall. Happy to attend the ICE Scholarship for showcase for all the same reasons that Christine talked about, and special thanks to Garrett and Christine. So happy to go to the new teacher induction. I've never seen that many new teachers inducted in my life, and it was wonderful to be there. Honored to sit on QP 290, have so much respect for all who sat around the table. Yesterday I got to read at Plaxton, so that was so nice to return to that skill. Dropped off erasers and chocolate at Patterson. I'll get out to ICSS and Senator Buchanan on Thursday to do the same. And last night, Christina and Andrew and I took in High School Musical at SJF, and it reminded us that we're all in this together.
I lost the mic that I had the ability to cut her off after 2 items. So we'll move on to Christina.
It's good. She got to do one of mine, so I get an extra one. I echo what Christine and Andrea shared about some of the items that we did this month together. So I'll share a couple others. I want to share that we got to go to some student clubs this month. Got to go to a GSA. Got to go to Interact, talk to Interact students, and just really always love to connect with students about the initiatives that they're doing in their school to make their school environment a better place for all. And I want to share, it's not necessarily in our division, but I saw so many of our students, so I want to share it. I was at the Opequassin Powwow on Saturday night, the We Raise Our Children in a Good Way children's powwow, and it is the cutest thing every year. The children are so dedicated to their dancing, and their regalia is so beautiful. And there was a Blackfoot speaking contest, and some of our students participated in either beginner, where they could say words, or intermediate phrases, and advanced like conversation. And so it was just fabulous knowing that our division is part of supporting that, resurgence of Indigenous identity and knowledge, and to see it celebrated specifically around children at the center was a really special treat on Saturday night. So thank you to our students and families who put in so much effort.
Excellent. Thank you to everyone in our division for all those amazing things that they're out there doing. I'll move on to board chair report. So the first one is community conversations. So I have provided Garrett with information that he'll load up to our website. Our next community conversations is April 22nd from 6 to 7 p.m. It is going to be a West Side one, which is exciting, at Petals, Paws and Beans. So it's they've now relocated to their new location. It was on the west side and they just moved down. So it's 989 Columbia Boulevard West, Unit B. It is not a large cafe, but it is, we will hold a few of us to be able to come together and have coffee together and chat. So that community conversations is booked for April, and it's an opportunity for parents, staff, students, community members, anybody that wants to come and have conversations with trustees. There is zero agenda set, and any trustees that are able to come, the more the better. So join us for that. The next is the Galbraith Elementary School Design Funding. So there is a memo on that. I know we've spoken about it already a few times. I wanted to send on behalf of our board certainly an appreciation that our advocacy to ensure that Galbraith does move forward on this modernization is important. It's important to our school division as well as our Galbraith community, and receiving the funding to be able to do the design piece is really important. We're going to work together with the city to see what pieces they may be able to work together with us on. But a huge appreciation to Alberta Education for funding this for our division. So I just wanted to include that. Is there any comments or questions? Seeing none. So I will quickly go over, Jenny had to leave in regards to the facilities report that she pulled. So on the very last item is item 4, and I had been at Economic Development Lethbridge as I attend as the education sector. And it had been brought up in regards to the challenges for our local construction companies to be able to bid on projects in our area for schools, and the concern in regards to that they are having to shoulder the risk that comes along with that when only 30% of the construction drawing is available for them to look at and review, and they hold a lot of risk in that. So just wanting to keep our construction local as much as possible. There's a part for us with advocacy to take forward with this. So if as trustees we know this information when we are in any meetings, that we would be able to share that. That was why Jenny asked for us to have that pulled. So I am meeting with the economic development member that did bring it up, just to get some more clarification, have some exact information from him, and I did share it at the facilities meeting. So we'll continue to have that conversation and continue to advocate. Christine?
I can give context on that. With Gary Station. So Gary Station, we went through a process with what they call a bridging architect who helped us do the design and get it so far. Then they went out for tender for the design architect, the design architect that would see it in the design build phase, and including the construction proponent. So that it would be the construction proponent and then their partner architect, and they gave it out. But it was at 30% drawings, and so when they bid, they're bidding on 30%. It's not entirely complete. There's lots of things that haven't been worked through for problems and things that occur, and so it's difficult to bid because you talked about the risk. So they have to build that into the cost of their bid, that there's some risk there. And then when you come to the actual, when we're in construction, quite often we're going through and say, oh, we didn't think of that, or it wasn't thought of that. And so it makes it very difficult to get those trade-offs and things like that, particularly when you're not holding the bag of money. And so it's risky for them. It also, it does impact our build a little bit as well from the owner's side of things. So yeah, it's a problem. Yeah.
Craig?
One quick question, but Ward Brothers, which is local, seems to win a lot of the bids. Are we talking more about subcontractors or the major bid?
No, I believe they're talking about the major contracts. So Ward Brothers did get ours, but now having done that, they know that they're where the risk is. And so when they're bidding now on the next ones coming up, they're probably not bidding where with it. They're putting a bigger factor in their bid because of that risk, right?
Okay.
And so that makes it difficult for them to be competitive. Yeah.
Right.
See no other questions or comments, we'll move on. So the correspondence sent is in there. I know that all trustees had seen those, so I'll leave it at that. See no questions or comments. So we do need to move back into camera. My belief is that there is nothing that would come out as motions. So for our best guess, there's nothing for motions, so we will be able to release our other staff. So if I can have somebody move us into camera, Christine, and those in favor. Andrea? and that's carried.